So, ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma. And I have the proud privilege in inviting our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma, to kindly grace the days with his esteemed presence. Yes, sir. Please put your hands together to welcome, sir. Our special guest of honor, Shri Neeraj Kumar, Mission Director, NBM, Department of Telecommunications, would be joining us very shortly. I would also like to invite on stage Shri C.B. Velayuthan, CEO, Digital Connexion. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Prashant Singhal, EY Emerging Markets, TMT Sector Leader. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Shri Parijat Dey, Associate General Manager, Sterlite Technologies Limited, who has kindly consented to join us at the last minute, as Shri Praveen Cherian, Chief Executive Officer, STL Global Services, due to some unforeseen circumstances, could not make it today. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I also invite Shri Ashwini Rana, Chief Public Policy Officer, ZUPI. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And inviting Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President, BIF. A warm welcome, sir. Namaskar and good morning. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma, Distinguished Visiting Professor, IIT Kanpur. Eminent dignitaries on the days, our special invitees, senior officials, esteemed panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the conference on a robust digital infrastructure for Bharat, the path to achieving multi-gigabit to every household by 2030, which is being organized by Broadband India Forum. Today, we gather here to explore the critical role of digital infrastructure in shaping India's future. Our esteemed speakers and panelists will delve into topics such as wireline connectivity, data ecosystems, and the transformative power of technology. Before we begin, let us express our gratitude to the visionary leaders who have graced this occasion. We extend a heartfelt welcome to all our industry experts. And I would now request Sri T.V. Ramachandran sir to kindly do the honors of welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma, with a floral bouquet. Sir, please. And let's once again put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Broadband India Forum functions as an independent policy forum and think tank that works for the development and enhancement of the entire broadband ecosystem in a holistic, technology neutral, and service neutral manner. And BIF works closely with the government and the regulators in this mission and was formed in October 2015 and is a dedicated forum with participation from all stakeholders. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, to kindly begin the proceedings with his welcome and introductory address. Let's put our hands together to welcome, sir.
Thank you, Swapna. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma, esteemed distinguished colleagues on the panel, on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. It's my pleasure to say a few words on the theme. My brief the brief given to me is that I'm not going to offer any opinions or any subjective comments. I have been tasked to place certain data before you all so that you form your own opinion during the course of the day, during the various panel discussions. At times, on occasions like this, I'm reminded of the famous economist, John Maynard Keynes. He said very correctly that developing new ideas is no great difficulty. There's no difficulty in that. The difficulty is in removing all the old ideas which are formed inside into every nook and corner of the mind. So that is so when we have a task as daunting as what is given here, reaching gigabit connectivity to every household in India, and India is no small country. We've got at least 300 households. Reaching gigabit connectivity means reaching powerful fiber to every house. And merely that may not be enough. We'll talk about that. Um, it's a very daunting task. But I humbly submit that, like Keynes said, it is not really difficult as long as we remove our old thoughts, which prevent us from seeing an overall picture. So that is my um, humble submission for the day. And with that, with no more ado, I'd like to go into the data points. I said fiber for providing multi-gigabit connectivity. Gigabit connectivity, 1 gigabit will nowhere do. And we are talking of 2030. Even today, 1 gigabit is not enough. And people are finding that we have to think of getting multi-gigabit even today. The way the data intensive applications are arising, the way intensive, very sophisticated gaming is coming. So many things are happening, which all around us, AR, VR. So we need multi-gigabit reached to every citizen, every household. That being the case, um, as any telecom uh, expert would realize, working with microwave, the conventional microwave backhaul, would not suffice because the maximum throughput you'll get is about 5 Mbps for every channel, 28 megahertz channel. And of course, you can have multi-mode and all that, but still, you will not get the sort of sharing you'll need for a household of 3 to 4 people. So, that being the case, we are also groping with one more big factor that today's 5G is dependent on the higher frequencies. And you know that higher the frequency, the greater the attenuation of the signal going into buildings. The outside 5G is very powerful. But when I come into this building, it's got to get diminished. Our great wireless mentor, Dr. Mr. P.K. Garg is there. He would attest to that. So we need to have a means of coping with that also in today's age. And despite that, get multi-gigabit inside. You cannot do that with airwaves because of their limitations. Airwaves are superb for mobility, for lower transaction values. But when you go for heavy duty transactions like AR, VR, high gaming, etc., you do need more powerful support. So, what does that mean? That means fiber, which fiber is, as you all know, practically immeasurable capacity, data capacity. So, unless you get fiber to every household, you're not going to meet your goal of delivering or reaching multi-gigabit to every household. If that be the case, let's look at some data. Because I said I'm going to only give data. The data here tells you the fiber deployment looked at from a to population ratio, fiber deployment looked at from a tower fiberization point of view, and the takeaway is inevitable, inescapable. Indian tower fiberization is at 50% or less of its global peers, as you can see from the graph here. Overall fiber availability, which includes backbone, not just the backhaul and mid-haul. Uh, Overall fiber availability is in India about 1/10 of the global average. Maybe that may have improved slightly, but it's around that. So this is something which we have to register when we think of delivering multi-gigabit connectivity to every household. Um, and like I said, we have to also, in this context, look at fixed broadband availability because mobile broadband is excellent. In 2016, mobile broadband came in via 4G. Today, it will become available in 5G in more and more places. It's already there all over India. But as we know, it depends on too many variables, too many factors to be assured of consistency and reliability all the time. What are those factors? You know them. Distance from the tower, how many people logging into the tower at a time, what are the carriers available there, thickness of the walls, even the simple things like what's the type of construction will affect it. The foliage, the thickness of the vegetation, foliage, all that will affect it. So innumerable are the factors. That being the case, you have to go in for more and more fixed broadband. Today, the world is going that way. Abroad, in many countries, when they say broadband, they mean fixed broadband. How are we placed there? This graph tells you that India is at 2.85 per 100 population and way below what we see as the global trends. The more whom we should regard as our peers are countries like China, USA, and entire Europe. Not one European country, but entire Europe is probably the nearest to which we can compare ourselves. And that being the case, we are far below the requirement. We have to correct that also going forward. Talking about connectivity, average, while we said 2.85 is fixed broadband availability, and mobile broadband is, you know how much now, it's pretty good, 900. But you look at the another important factor. Are we taking everybody along in this path? Even up to this stage, the divide, the net density, I'm not talking of voice connectivity, I'm talking of net density. Today, people, even the common man on the street is looking for net connection, not just mere voice. And net density, urban rural gap, we see that over the last 4 years, it has been more or less plateauing off at 70% level, 65 to 70%. So that's a thing which we have to tackle while we move for more and more fixed broadband. So it should come here. Yeah, please do that. Why did you do that?
I was waiting for your presentation.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to say that. Come. Sorry for the interruption.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our special guest of honor, Shri Neeraj Kumarji, who's Mission Director, NBM, Department of Telecommunications. And I would once again request TV Sir to kindly do the honors of presenting him and welcoming him with the floral bouquet. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, sir. And once again, handing over to you to kindly continue your presentation.
Thank you. Um, what could be more relevant than having the officer who is handling the national broadband mission? He is the director of that mission, and that's what all this gigabit connectivity is about. In fact, this title, sir, is a spin off from our mission. We wanted to get that is our foremost task. And with that, I warmly welcome you also, sir, to our midst. As I was saying, we not only have to raise our fixed broadband penetration and our fiber penetration, we have to bridge the gap between urban and rural, which is high at 65%. At one time, it used to be 100%, but it came down, and last 4 years, more or less stagnating. We have talked about fiber. Is that the only element for getting good broadband? No. We look to ITU, the foremost authority, telecom authority in the world, which is a congregation of all nations sitting together and developing standards. And what do they say? They are saying that the digital infrastructure should be comprising of internet backbone, which has to go with national and undersea fiber, fixed broadband, coaxial as well as OFC, mobile infra, including towers, radio, and OFC, broadband communication satellites, data and cloud computing, user equipment, mobile handsets, PCs, modems, Wi Fi, software platforms, etc., network edge devices. So, all of these have to be seen in totality. It doesn't mean that everything of equal number, it means a calibrated availability, a proportionate availability of each of these elements. And when you have that, what are the growth drivers to cope with? We already talked about the data being more and more data rich applications coming. The data growth is phenomenal. It's an explosive increase in data. 10 to 20x is easily predicted because even with fiber, when you go to fiber from mobile broadband, it is documented in India 10 times increase, 189 GB per connection. BharatNet has seen that. World over, it has gone from 10x to 20x. So, that being the case, that sort of growth has to be coped with, and all the drivers which are involved in that, which are going to raise it even further, are listed here. I won't take time on reading out everything. All of them are known to you. Apps, games, 5G, everything, all the Gs, and going on to 6G. Um, how do we stand on data centers, submarine cables, content delivery network? You will see here that India has a very small share of the global. With our digital India ambitions, we should be at 3, 4 times that level. Despite generating 20% of the global data, we have got only 3% of the capacity. And we are ranked 13th in the world with 138 data centers. Further on, Mr. Velayudham will be talking more about it, I think. So he's the expert. I'm not the expert. I'm just placing the data available before you. Submarine cables. Over 90% of the world's internet traffic is carried by global submarine cables. India has 17 cables against 83 in US, 25 in Singapore. Capacity is low. Content delivery network, again, the same story. So, if we are to meet India's ambitious targets, we have to consider how these can be improved upon. And when you have net connectivity, you also have to have a good exchange of internet traffic between service providers, between places, what we call internet exchange points, IPXs. And it is documented and known, empirical data, 1% increase in number of IXPs points per 10 million, 1% increase in the number of IXPs per 10 million inhabitants leads to 0.8% increase in internet speed. We would never have imagined that, but that sort of thing. Connection is there. An increase in number of 1% increase in number of IXPs per 10 million inhabitants, latency decreases by 0.4%. We all know that we don't like buffering latency when we see a video. Look at this, how your internet exchange points are controlling that. So these sort of things have to be remedied. You need to have far more IXPs for building better QoS, building better resilience, and improving national security. Wi-Fi. Um, as you all know, when a fiber comes to your home, when you have a connection, a broadband connection with a fiber, invariably that endpoint you got a Wi-Fi. If you take it to a mall, if you take it to a community center, you have to have public Wi-Fi. And that's inevitable because nobody wants to be tied to the station or to the desk, whether at home or at anywhere. If that is the case, then we need to have powerful Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi. And none other than Dr. R.S. Sharma has shown us the way in that. We have got a unique Wi-Fi solution developed by the TRAI and the government, the PM Wani system, for connecting seamlessly many other Wi-Fi hotspots and making it more easy to use. You just look at the number of Wi-Fi hotspots. Without that, how will you download? When you come into the room, the first thing you ask is, what is the Wi-Fi? What is the connectivity? If I have to be on the internet. So you see where we stand compared to others. India has only about 2% of public Wi-Fi hotspots, PWH, compared to USA and China. So that has to be tackled. In fact, at this point, I should also say, I would like to recall one quote of the famous author, Chetan Bhagat. In 2020, he wrote, Chetan Bhagat wrote, he's an IITN and IIM person, you know that, well-educated, good engineer. He wrote that, look, it is 2020. We better have better internet availability, better internet quality. He said, we can't have Wi-Fi like what we are having. India needs better Wi-Fi. Otherwise, you're not taken seriously as a nation. That's what he wrote. I'm quoting from memory, so some words I might have improvised, but the effective message was brought out by him that without Wi-Fi, without good public Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi, we will not count as a powerful digital country. And there, we don't have to grope for an answer. Dr. R. Sharma has given us the answer also there. We just have to apply it. Gentlemen, I think I've taken already too long. I just want to finish with two slides where I'm listing, in the light of various things, what are the possible issues for deliberation by the group, by this esteemed group, for the rest of the day or the rest. I'm sure they will be doing that during the panel discussions in different ways. Firstly, I'm asking, with barely 6 to 7 million households penetrated by fiber today, what are the ways and means of achieving 15x growth at least to reach 100 to 110 million households by 2030, which is what the National Broadband Mission has set as a target to be achieved? With cable TV in more than 200 million households, ways and means of leveraging the reach of this vast army we have. We have not thought about it at all. Over 80,000 LCOs, cable operators, to meet the fixed broadband targets. Also, along with these, what about the thousands of PDOs and PDOAs, which are over 5,000 in number? What about the smaller ISPs? The big ISPs are there, but do you know that this country has got more than 1,000, probably nearer 1,400 smaller ISPs? Sometimes referred to as Tier 2 and Tier 3. They can play a strong part, a very powerful role. So, how do we leverage all that to get us the gigabit connectivity that we want? And how do we get 50 million public Wi Fi hotspots as laid down by our 6G vision document as essential by 2030? How do you get to more powerful Wi Fi to be able to download all these things? I've already talked about the PDOs and PDOs, more than 5,000. Um, the building of enough core infrastructure like data centers, CDNs, internet exchanges, subsea cables, all these are there. So, um, and of course, software like ITU said, software platforms, OTTs have a big role because they are the create the pull factor for the broadband. You've all heard of it that if you take the fiber, whether BharatNet or any private fiber, if you take it to the village and the content is not there, the suitable content for the local, then you don't get utilization. So, how do we deal with that? With these, ladies and gentlemen, I will close and welcome Dr. R.S. Sharma, our chief guest, to give us the sage advice that he only can give. You all know about him. Uh, He's not only chairman of TRA, he is the real architect behind Digital India. What better person could we have for this than him? Uh, Digital India, he is the architect of Aadhaar. And he's written a great book on Aadhaar, which you all must get and read. And there, even in the introduction, Mr. Nandan Nilekani says, when I was given this task of creating a unique identity, Aadhaar for over 1 billion citizens, he said it was a very huge task. He said, I realized I need a very unique person for that, a CEO, what he calls a maverick bureaucrat who is unconventional, who will adopt, who knows how to navigate the system, how to achieve the result. And answer was inescapably only one, Dr. R. S. Sharma. Sir, and not only Aadhaar, you all know he was CEO of National Health Authority, what all he accomplished during the COVID pandemic with COVID. So I don't think we could have hoped to have a better person than you, sir, as chief guest. I warmly welcome you to give us the benefit of your address. A big hand for it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ramchandran, for that very generous introduction. I'm truly honored and very happy to be here this morning and talking to all of you on the issue of digital infrastructure for the country. Now, Mr. Ramachandran has given all the statistics, which essentially proves that whatever we may talk, big, ultimately, when it comes to comparison in the global comparison, we are really nowhere. We talk as India as a digitally leapfrogged country. Yes, we have digitally leapfrogged in many areas. But then where are we on the digital infrastructure? I think that's a very important question because ultimately that is the basis for everything else. It's a prerequisite. It's what they call sine qua non or whatever. That's what digital infrastructure is. And I think uh, today I'll talk about my little experiences or my little. I don't want to brag or I don't want to boast as to what I have done. I'm just telling you how important the connectivity infrastructure is. Cannot be really overemphasized. When we were doing Aadhaar in 2009, we decided that we should do a digital identity, which is sitting on the cloud, which is not some physical card moving around, because these cards have huge maintenance cost, the delivery cost, and other kinds of problems. We should have a next generation digital identity, And people in that period of time, Sudhir is here, of course, great. People in that period of time were, he was my, partner in crime in the TRAI. So, people in that time were thinking, look, India doesn't have connectivity. Why don't you have something offline? This is 2009. And 2009, the connectivity, the tele-density, if that is the measurement, it was just about 37% in those times. And so people were saying you should have some offline stuff. You can't imagine poor people of this country doing online transactions and online things. But we were cognizant of the fact that if we do offline business, then offline has huge cost implications. How do you distribute cards? How do you make them, security driven and all that? We did not want to contain the security in the token. We wanted the security to reside on the cloud. And we were actually painfully conscious of this fact that we are not really a very well connected country. So that's one part. In my earlier part also, when I was in Jharkhand, we had done a lot of computerization of treasuries, of municipal governance, of other kinds of areas, civil, taxes, commercial taxes, municipal governance, registration, all these state subjects. We had done land records, mutations of land records. And we were also aware as to, with lack of connectivity ensured, or somehow constrained our working, because we were not knowing the real time situation as it was obtaining, and we were not able to sync the data, we were not able to keep update the data, transaction data, etc. So connectivity is extremely, extremely important. When I joined the government of India in 2014 May, the first program which we started, and the new government had taken over in that point of time, 26th of May 2014 to be precise. And the Prime Minister wanted Digital India program to be launched. And actually he gave a very clear vision as to what Digital India should be. And what is the aspirational, sort of content, aspirational objective of Digital India: to develop India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. And what were the attributes of Digital India? And the first attribute of Digital India was digital infrastructure as a utility to citizens. Connectivity infrastructure is so important. And digital infrastructure essentially means connectivity infrastructure, except of course you have those digital payment system, digital ID system. They are also soft infrastructures, but essentially connectivity infrastructure is so important. And then we started working, and we had given ourselves some targets as to how it should be sort of obtained, how it should be done. And then just after about 15-16 months, I was made the chairman of the TRAI, and I continued there for about 5 years. And when I joined TRAI, and I'm sorry I'm talking about myself, but somehow this journey of digital infrastructure and connectivity, I have been a sort of witness to this entire journey, and therefore I'm talking about my own perspective on this whole issue. So essentially, when I joined TRAI in August of 2015, one of the issues which was very important in my mind, there are two issues. One is customer centricity. Customer must be kept in mind, because typically what happens, the regulators, they start becoming the spokesperson of the regulated entities in due course of time. You must have realized that. They start speaking the same language. Why? Because the regulated entities are the ones which are closest to the regulators. उनका तो रोज का काम पड़ता है, अपना गए ये सब प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम है, इसको दूर कीजिए, उसको दूर कीजिए. तो naturally you become very close. I mean, close is not really the right word, but you start appreciating their issues and their problems much better than anybody else. And therefore you effectively de facto become the spokesperson. And I was very clear that I am not going to be the spokesperson of the industry or the telecom industry, honestly. I said, I am not here to become popular. I am not participating in a popularity contest. We are here to do our job, and that job must entail consumer centricity into the whole relationship. So one is consumers must. So first sort of regulation which we came out with was call drop. Call drop continues to be a problem even today, but that's a different issue. Nowadays nobody is talking about call drops because one can have WhatsApp calls. If the call drops, the normal call drops, then they say WhatsApp pe aa jao. What? So but that time, we were very enthusiastic, and we said call drops, that this is a deficiency in service of the telecom operators, and therefore we must find them. And of course, we were a little novice in that sense. The courts took us to task, and all kinds of things were said, that these guys don't realize what their authority and power are. Yeah, maybe we did not in a strictly legal sense, but at the same time, we are tasked with the job of promoting competition, promoting growth of the industry, but at the same time to take care of the consumer's interest. And therefore, what we were doing was not bad. Anyway, there are certain things which may be illegal, but which were not done with a bad intent. And that was this call drop penalty was one of those things. And there was, of course, I was an extremely unpopular regulator with the telecom operators. You all know that. Of course, some people started talking that if I was sort of on a payroll of some of the telecom operators, that also came, and it all happens. I have a long career of 45 years. I have had all kinds of situations. But then, as I said, the connectivity remained. The second area of mine was to basically take this huge issue of digital connectivity take forward. We must take it forward. And whatever we can do in our sort of limited domain, because TRI is only an advisor. We issue consultations, and then we issue the recommendations. We don't issue the orders. So as TRAI chairman, and as a TRAI for the five years, August 15 to September 20, we must have issued large number of recommendations. Some people were saying, "Aap recommendation hi issue karte rehte hain roj." There were actually some. I was asked a question: "Why are you issuing so many recommendations?" And I said, because there are, this is the way we feel that we should issue recommendations. Why? What is wrong with that? I mean, we are here to basically look at the sector and implement the TRAI Act, and basically provide recommendations of whatever we feel. It is for the government to decide whether to accept our recommendations or not. And if you recall, the recommendations, many of these recommendations, very significant number of recommendations related to connectivity. The first recommendation was essentially how to proliferate, and this was done by my predecessor, Dr. Khullar, in April of 2015. How to penetrate, how to increase the broadband penetration in the country. And there was significant number of recommendations. Thereafter, we said how cable can be used as a vehicle, what Mr. Ramachandran pointed out, how cable can be used as a vehicle for taking the connectivity to the households. At 200 million cable households are there, which is very significant. And the same coaxial cable, if it is just upgraded to optical fiber cable, it can take gigabit connectivity to the households. Now, why should it not happen? The issue was something very strange. One was that, as the internet provider, you have to have a separate license or separate permission and become an ISP or whatever that regulation at that point in time. At cable TV, you are being governed by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting under the Cable TV Act. And in the internet provision, you have to partner with that 8% of the AGR. So it is like this, that I have now a lake, I have now a lane. The lane can take water as well as oil. So they said कि oil के लिए अलग से license लीजिए, water के लिए अलग से license लीजिए. And you have to maintain two separate entities, two separate companies. How ridiculous. Because एक छोटा सा आदमी, the cable operator is a small guy in these urban areas. How can he expect it to have two licenses and maintain two separate books and then pay two fellows and be inspected by two kinds of entities? It's so ridiculous. But then this has continued to happen, and I am told. I mean, I must also say that I'm a little obsolete, I'm a little outdated, so I don't know. I left in 2020 and I don't know what has happened in the last 3 years, and maybe some great things must have happened. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is the mindset issue, which Mr. Ramachandran pointed out, that we have to change this mindset. Previously, people were talking, connectivity, computers will create huge problems. No problem was created. Many problems were solved actually. And it is not as if it solved the problem of only digital haves. It solved the problem of digital have-nots also. People were able to, do a lot of services sitting at home very conveniently. So this is the way things have happened. Digital technologies have been beneficial to the society. And therefore, this recommendation, broadband through cable television, was one of the recommendations which were given. And I don't know what has happened of that. Similarly, we gave recommendations on satellites, on connectivity in the aeroplanes. Similarly, on the BharatNet, I don't know what has happened to BharatNet. I'm told 36,000 crores, or maybe more. Maybe you can tell, Mr. Neeraj Kumar can tell us the better. 36,000 crores have been spent on BharatNet. 7,000 crores were spent on Aadhaar. So it is 5 times the money spent on BharatNet. I'm not sure whether BharatNet is providing the return on investment of that order. Who maintains the network or the fiber in BharatNet is such a beautiful scheme. It takes the fiber to every gram panchayat. There are 250 gram panchayats, 250,000 gram panchayats, 2,50,000. And if it reaches to every village, it's only 6 lakh villages. So basically around 2.5 villages, one panchayat. So it is reaching there. And now you have 5G and you have fixed wireless access and other things are happening. I mean, it's very easy to take the fiber from the Gram Panchayat headquarters to even the poor person's village at no cost. Why are we not taking it? We had given a recommendation saying that this should be done in a typical public-private partnership mode. That recommendation was not accepted. Today, I am told that common service centers, those guys whose requirement is 2 Mbps data, they are the ones who are maintaining the BharatNet fiber, the last mile. An investment of 36,000 crores, an industry of 36,000 crores is being maintained by some guys who are not even fully educated. We need to change that. It's a great infrastructure. Problem is, वो BSNL का main fiber है. उसके बाद, as you know, the least distance between a point and a line is perpendicular from the point to the line, right? All those is a basic geometry. So what they did was पंचायत से लिया, पंचायत से कहा which is the nearest point at the BharatNet वाला, वो जो BSNL वाला, उसको connect कर दिया. Now neither the BSNL is maintaining it nor the other fellow is maintaining it, and there's a huge confusion. I think we need to come out of that. What we had said in the TRAI recommendation very clearly, and it's not my recommendation, it's a recommendation of the institution which did consultation. We said it should be done in public-private partnership. What you do is, you just auction the particular area on a viability gap funding basis, and then say 20 साल तक हम इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मेंटेन करेंगे, इसको पूरा मार्केट करेंगे, and we will take the revenue, and you tell us how much money you want. That's the best way to proliferate. The best way is not really the government will proliferate. The best way is let's partner with the private sector and do it. So that was another issue, BharatNet part, which we had issued. Now the point is that we must not be constrained by some ideological issues that only telecom service providers will provide the connectivity to the country. It's not that. There are technologies. Wherever you can't provide connectivity through optical fiber, you go to the satellite. Wherever you can do through optical fiber, the cost of optical fiber is a few rupees per meter. Why can't we do it? And it's the cheapest way of providing connectivity. Why do you have to use the spectrum and other things? Yes, spectrum, use the spectrum wherever, because that provides. Then we had given recommendations on public Wi-Fi hotspots. This was given in the March of 2017. March of 2017 was 7 years before. And we gave the recommendations on interoperable Wi-Fi hotspot, so that whenever I'm here, a single click will connect me to the nearest Wi-Fi hotspot, and I'll purchase that thing. We said don't do free, but do at a very minimal cost. And this recommendation, which was given in 2017, the Department of Telecom, and of course, obviously there are differences of opinions. So I'm not saying that Department of Telecom was quite justified in not really sort of accepting those recommendations. We had given an architecture. The Honorable Minister at that time, Mr. Manoj Sinha, had launched that architecture. We did experiments in Noida and Bangalore, and we proved the concept that it is interoperable. There are 4 or 5 operators who are working. You don't have to do every time you go to airport. Then you have to do the OTP business. There's no need for OTP. You can always have these who is using and what is his number and other kinds of. So if I am using the same device, I don't need to do OTP. This is the way interoperable, and also interoperable. Then of course, if I purchase the Wi-Fi hotspot for 5 rupees, I can use for 2 rupees, and then I can use for 3 rupees later. So this is what was recommended. At that time, the telecom service providers were saying, we will do, they have given in writing. They said, we will go do 10 million, I think, 10 million or 1 million, I don't remember the numbers. We'll do in 6 months, by September of 20, whatever, 18 or something. Obviously, the total number of Wi-Fi hotspots in the country today is less than 5 lakhs. You just showed that 0.5 million. So this is, unfortunately, what happens, it becomes a dog in the manger policy, where everybody says कि मैं कर दूंगा इसको, या तो जो होता है ना कि ये तो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, इसकी जरूरत क्या है, या it is not worth doing, and then finally it says you have no authority to do it. So this is how people sort of react and respond. Now then, finally, when I personally kept on insisting and persisting with the Honorable Prime Minister, and the Honorable Prime Minister personally took the interest, saying that bring it to Cabinet. There was no need for bringing it to Cabinet. There was no rule being changed. There were no licensing conditions being changed. And so it was brought to the Cabinet, and Cabinet approved it in 2020. And thereafter it started. Thereafter also, now what happened? People started making rules. Cabinet said there shall be no permission, no license, nothing. There will be PDO, there will be PDOA, and this is how it will go. The whole entire architecture proposed by TRAI was accepted by the Cabinet. But then the सरकारी बाबू जो हम लोग हैं, हम लोग को लगता है भाई ऐसे कैसे होगा यार, कुछ ना कुछ तो नियम बनाना पड़ेगा ना. नियम बिना बनाए तो सब लोग भाग जाएगा, सब मतलब चोरी कर लेगा, सब लूट लेगा. अरे क्या लूट लेगा बेचारा, जो एलसीओ वाला है बगल, मतलब वो क्या करेगा भाई? He will provide more service. So this is all going on, and still this whole thing has not really taken off. This PM Vani has not taken off. Wi-Fi access network has not taken off, despite the fact that it is Prime Minister's name on it, PM Vani. So I think what we need to do is, we must be very clear that this country needs, yesterday we all blurt out statistics, and I can also do that, saying that today the data is cheapest in the world. We are consuming 20 gigabytes of data per month, 7 rupees per gigabyte. We had 1.2 billion mobile connections. We have 800 million mobile internet connections. We have 650 million smartphones. I mean, I can go on, and therefore we become very, very prominent that we are doing great. Yes, we are doing great, but we have less than 20 million fiber connections. All these connections are also going out. I have got broadband for television connectivity, and I've got another broadband fiber. The same television connectivity could have provided me that thing also. Why should there be two entities? But this is how which continue to happen, and we will continue to bicker, we will continue to differ, we will continue to do all. Then it will not happen. What we need to do is realize that infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, is so important for the country that all of us need to do our bit. All of us need to do content development, content distribution networks. We have to do data centers. We have to do other kinds of things. I think it is very, very important. And I don't think there could be anything more important than the digital connectivity infrastructure. And let's forget the fact that only one entity can do it. Everybody should come together. LCO should do it. And today, we people say 20 gigabyte, but 20 gigabyte in a poor family per month is not such a great thing. Today, everything is online. बच्चे लोग पढ़ रहे हैं ऑनलाइन में. बच्चे लोगों का एक किताब डाउनलोड करने के लिए हाउ मच ब्रॉडबैंड you need huge broadband. There are some guys with whom I am attached, these broadband, the PM Wani type of fellows. They are telling me that, एक घर में लोग 5-5 रुपए का पाउच खरीद रहे हैं, मतलब जो इंटरनेट का, इंटरनेट इन अ पाउच, and they are basically downloading books for study. The requirement of the broadband has, the bandwidth has, or data requirement has gone exponential, and it will continue to go exponential. People are making video calls, people are doing all kinds of OTTs are happening, but that's for the rich ones. But for the poor ones also, even the poor students are not able to do an online classes because they don't have internet connection. If they do Wi-Fi, they require huge bandwidth. So therefore, it is not only necessary for some sophisticated technology enabled fellows, it is necessary for poor people of this country. So it is not something which is, it's an extremely inclusive subject, and we all need to work for that. And I'm very happy that Broadband India Forum, and I have not been refusing to Mr. Ramachandran, I have not been going to any other function, let me tell you. I'm not refusing to you only because I feel that we are quite convergent on this issue. I feel quite aligned with the issue which you guys have been raising, which is basically we have to increase the penetration of broadband, by whatever means, by whatever technology, by whatever way, because it is so important for our country, its growth. It is proved that the 1% increase there was a study of the World Bank which says that internet penetration increased by a certain percentage increases the per capita GDP by certain things. I don't remember the 2.4% for every 10% increase in the internet connectivity. That's right. So I think we need to take that forward. I think there are people, and I'm very happy that our friend Neeraj Mittal has taken over as the Secretary Telecom. And he is one person, you remember in my book also, The Making of Aadhaar, I have mentioned about him very fondly because he was the guy who started LPG DBT, LPG Direct Benefit Transfer, way back. And he was Joint Secretary in the Petroleum Ministry. He's one of those persons who understands technology, who understands the application of technology. He has done so much great work in Tamil Nadu, in Government of India. So I think he is the right person. And similarly, Mr. Krishnan in the IT part, he's also an extremely, I mean, I have not known him for a long time, but I met him a couple of times. He's also extremely, clear person. And I think with these two officers being there, and I'm sure they are being led so far, and they will be led in the next government by competent honorable ministers. So I think that will hopefully, accelerate this digital penetration of broadband in our country. Thank you very much once again for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you, sir. Please let's rise to a standing ovation.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that most insightful inaugural address. Very nice. And certainly call for a standing ovation to you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, sharing the days with us today is Mr. Ashwini Rana, Vice President of BIF, is also Chief of Public Policy Zupi, a leading skill-based gaming company, and he's doing tech policy work for decades in internet, telecom, gaming, social media, and OTT industries. He has been actively involved in various levels towards formation of government policies in this space. And I have the proud privilege in inviting you, sir, for the industry keynote address. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Honorable Dr. R.S. Sharma, dignitary on the dais, of the dais, friends from media and industry. Really hard to say anything after Dr. Sharma took us through this journey of telecom. This is not only telecom or connectivity journey, but I'll say most of the people, including me, this is journey of our lifetime as well. So I was with telecom for many years, and we have seen what Dr. Sharma explained, all those uh, challenges, opportunities uh, going through. So it reminded that journey also a bit nostalgia also crept in. Uh, so there is a challenge. I'll say people may say, okay, why OFC is required when there is lots of mobile connections happening in India. 5G is there, issue of speed is resolved largely. Rather, 5G is not able to find real application uh, uh, to create a differentiation between 4G and 5G. So because most of the applications people are using being addressed through 4G. So mobile first country India is. So most of the people are using mobile connectivity. So that's one reason perhaps where fixed line almost eroded in rural area. I am from Himachal, and there used to be a fixed line at home, but no one was using it. After mobility came or 4G came, especially after 3G, so people surrendered those fixed line connections. But that's not the situation in urban setting, where I'll say densely populated, I'll say CBD areas where lots of business is happening, or at home also people can afford having uh, OFC connection to support their Wi-Fi within home, and also entertainment related devices. So we need to understand. I am here to um, I'll say ignite these questions and find answers. Do we have answers to these questions as well? That is there some kind of one point is that all technologies will be required, complementary. Satellite is somewhere providing services where even fixed line, even mobile services will not be able to provide services. Satellite is required. For mobility related stuff outside, mobile services are required. At home, Wi-Fi supported by OFC will be required. So this is a mix. But how this mix works in this situation, where I'll say people say 4G is providing sufficient support to me, why I need OFC? So those are the questions I'll say I want to understand better from experts, from those are directly working here. And at the same time, I represent broadband as vice president, and for us, broadband is not limited to internet. Though we decided when we sat with TV that when we decided what kind of approach we'll take or policy position we'll take, we said touchstone will be what is good for broadband. Will support that, irrespective of which company, which industry is saying what. So we'll see if it is good for broadband, we'll support that approach. So, but broadband is not limited to internet. I'll say it is a metaphor for many things, as a broad set of things that make connectivity. Like I was seeing that slide of ITU view of digital infrastructure. So it starts with phone devices, spectrum, tower, optical fiber, data centers, CDNs, undersea cables, etc., etc. So everything. So this is also a kind of as a point I want to put across, that broadband India Forum provides platform for all these segments and represent your uh, problems, where we can do some research or advocacy uh, for this industry overall. Uh, Growth of broadband depends on use or applications, or what kind of services it provides to users. It is going to grow, there is no doubt about it. What Dr. Sharma and TV Ramachandran also explained, this is going to grow exponentially because of many reasons. One is that device ecosystem is growing very fast. uh, this is again, I'll say, proud moment for us that India is becoming hub of electronic device manufacturing. uh, Tomorrow lots of other factors are also going to contribute to this. Gaming is one area. I'll say gaming coupled with artificial intelligence and this device ecosystem is going to create a new revolution overall, which is, I'll say, metaverse. The concept of metaverse will be realized, and India is uniquely positioned because of geopolitical I'll say happenings. that we can take lead in creating a metaverse coming from India with Indian content riding it. You must have seen that all the games come with some kind of Chinese theme, Korean themes, or American theme. uh, Reason is that gaming in these countries are, I'll say, primarily they are leading this entire space. In India, global gaming, we are less than 5%. These countries are 25-30% of global market share. So they are ruling this. Content is also dominating from these countries. So if India starts, I'll say, coupling all these things together, content, device, technology, we will be able to create some impact in metaverse, which is, I'll say, future platform for entertainment, information, and many other things. I will not take much time. So it is great opportunity for us to hear entrepreneurs, experts, to understand what are the challenges in this sector and how all of us from BF can support you to get over those difficulties through uh, collaborating with some research institutions, do deep dive, and do required advocacy for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting Mr. Parijat Dey, Associate General Manager, Sterlite Technologies Limited, for the industry keynote address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
A very good morning, all dignitaries and industry friends. Today, I'm here to present on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Praveen Cherian, who is not able to join this event because of some unavoidable too. So, introducing ourselves, we are STL. We are a Indian-based MNC and offering digital services for last 25 years across the globe. Innovation is our DNA, and we have over 650 patents under our belt, and we are working closely with different government both in India and international to develop and lay their optical fiber and digital network. We all of us know what is the importance of the digital connectivity in today's world. It's more like essential services like roti, kapra, and makan. So presently we say roti, kapra, makan, and fiber. These are the essential services to offer all the basic services to all the citizens. But if you look at India, India has done a great job in last many years. Currently, we have about 936 million of of internet users in India. But this journey of India is mainly driven by the wireless segment. If you look at as for the latest data, if you look at the total internet users, about out of this 938, about 900 is the wireless user, and rest about 30 to 38 million is in the wireline segment. And that's why what Stevie sir has shown the data, if you look at the per capita fiber consumption in India, it's quite low as 0.09 per capita compared to the global average of about 1.3 to 1.7 per capita. So, if you look at the global average, so if you have to look at I will give some international statistics. Globally, wireline technologies tend to be viewed as the most reliable technologies. For example, China has 636 million of fixed broadband user in 2023. And out of the 636 million internet users, 6 million customers receive high speed connection, which is more than 100 Mbps. Hence, in order to achieve that potential for Indian economy and where 70% of the rural population lives, Indian government should ideally target to have at least 100 to 100 million home with high quality fiber with minimum benchmark of at least 1 Gbps speed in the next 3 to 5 years. But achieving this target is not going to be a very easy task, because if you look at the fiber rollout in India and compare with the global average, we are not the number is not looking very optimistic. For example, China per year they are deploying about 240 million of fiber, which is almost 12 times higher than compared to India. And considering government of India has recently launched BharatNet to connect all the villages in India, we need at least 3.6 times of the current speed of deploying optical fiber network. So now the question is how we can how we can connect our every household with with optical fiber connectivity with gigabyte of speed, 1 gigabyte of speed. I think you need to develop a comprehensive strategy based on the following three pillars. First pillar is the drawing a policy framework. Policy framework in sense, For first thing is the integration of digital infrastructure with the physical infrastructure plays a very critical role. Though Government of India has recently launched Gati Shakti plan for integrate different infrastructure plan, but it's very critical to integrate the digital infrastructure with the conventional infrastructure. Starting with that, in order to offer FTTH connection to all the homes, it's critical that government mandate the in-building optical fiber for in-building solutions. Like you need to, in order to get the occupational certificate, you need to have water connection, you have to have sewer connection, you have to have electricity connection in place. So there is a need that, considering optical fiber and the digital network is becoming an essential service, it's very important for the government that they mandate optical fiber connectivity inside the building in order to get occupational certificate. Second thing, the considering the road network is considered as to be the vein and arteries of the nation. Government may devise an ecosystem or plan to put optical fiber network along all the roads, be it village roads, be it city roads, national highway, all kind of roads. At least the provision is very important to put in. Second thing is drawing a clear roadmap in consultation with the private players, because Government of India has done tremendous job in doing just putting optical fiber and a digital network across the country. Like Government of India put NBM, NDCP, all those things in place, but that needs better coordination in order to ensure time-based execution. The next point I should highlight is the adopt a strong guideline for laying optical fiber. Like for optical, all the essential services like the electricity and the gas services that you put in, you need to put some. There is strong guideline to putting that infrastructure. That in what depth that will put, there should be proper demarcation, all those things. Though in optical fiber those things are in place, but it's not very hardly followed, and that's result in a frequent fiber cut and all those activities. So there is a need, urgent need, to enact such provision for laying optical fiber network in the country. Now we'll come down to the second pillar in order to achieve those targets, that we need to have an innovation funding and the operational model. If you look at India digital journey or the digital infrastructure investment, that is primarily driven by the private sector, who invest about 75 to 80% of the total investment, and the rest of the 20 to 25% investment came from the government. But if you look at the countries like US, Japan, and all those countries, where 50% of the investment comes from the government entities. So in order to put just cover the entire country with strong digital network, it's important that government increase their investment in the digital infrastructure. But if you look at the current investment pattern for the government, USOF is the only source of investment for the government in the digital infrastructure project. But looking at the global best practices, we found that the various countries has adopted innovative financial model to finance their digital network. So why don't we create a digital infrastructure fund kind of thing to infrastructure to fund all those projects? And what will the probable funding sources for this fund? The funding sources may be the amount that's unutilized portion of OSF fund can be transferred to that account. Maybe we can consider about budgetary allocation, maybe upfront amount that we receive from spectrum allocation, because that is Government of India almost every year receive a big amount out of the spectrum auction. Why don't you transfer a certain amount of that amount to build the digital infrastructure of our country? The third thing may be the tax-free bond issuance of tax-free bond, like different infrastructure like power, they issue tax-free bond. So in order to achieve, in order to target the public money, why don't you issue those tax-free bond in the place? And finally, we can also think about a spillover tax, because when you develop the digital infrastructure, the economic activity of the surrounding areas moves up. So maybe government may think about our spillover tax to fund those digital infrastructure fund. And finally, as sir has mentioned, that yes, in order to implement this thing on a timely manner, we need a robust operational model in place. So maybe government can think about, say, just making a group of people representing the private and the public players in order to design, develop, and maintain that network. Now I come to the third and most important, other important pillar, to which is called as the enabler element, that right to access. Right, though Government of India has come up with ROW policies amendment to ease of implementation of the digital infrastructure, but still there is gaps. Like in order to get the permission from the central agencies, sometimes it takes very long time. And also that sometimes the cost in the ROW charges is absorbently high in few places. That sometimes makes the project implementation very difficult. So maybe government of India together with the private players may come out with a mechanism for uniform uh, uh, connect to offer uniform rate ROW rates. The third important point is that the adopting of the world-class standard, because digital infrastructure requires a long-term perspective. Hence, it's critical to ensure the use of future-ready optical fiber to be used in the domestic, in building the domestic network. I give you, considering I'm from the optical fiber industry, I can give you a small example. Like internationally, fiber quality called G657A1 fiber has been used to deploy the network. But even in India, all the private telcos are using those upgraded future-ready network, because those are band insensitive, minimum fiber losses, and also have a longer life cycle. Because in legacy fiber, the life is about 10 years, but for the A1 fiber, the life is about 25 to 30 years. But unfortunately, but in many government projects we are still using the legacy fiber, because legacy fiber, which is a shorter lifespan, and also have those properties like don't have those properties like band insensitivity and all those things. So adapting a all world class standard for building the digital infrastructure is very critical. Now I'm coming to the last point, that is the mandatory testing to ensure reliable high quality telecom. Because when you are developing a domestic network, it's very critical that you ensure the mandatory testing happens with all the telecoms that we deploy into building the domestic network. So finally, India has moved a long path in digital journey and transformed India into a leading digital economy. And we are confident that by doing this fine tune in our approach, we can achieve the gigabyte for every household by 2030. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much indeed, Sim. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting our next eminent speaker, Mr. Prashant Singhal, EY Emerging Markets TMT sector leader, who's also responsible for developing sector strategy for telecommunications and technology and overseeing EY service across various emerging markets. So let's put our hands together to welcome Sir for the industry keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sharma, he doesn't need an introduction. And his session was very, very powerful. I think I've learned a lot of things from what you spoke about. I think before I start talking about the problem and solving the problem on broadband, I just want you to read this. Broadband will not only provide facilities in the villages, but will also create a big pool of skilled resources in the villages. Therefore, it's very important for us to get broadband into the villages, and that's really the theme. And how do we get there is what we'll just talk about. Uh, Before that, let's just spend a few minutes. I know sir ने बोला था कि we've not done a lot, but I think it's very important to say what we have done. I think India has got still about 80-85 करोड़ लोग हैं जो broadband use करते हैं, which is a feat by itself. उसमें से 16-17 करोड़ are now on 5G. 5G monetization is a different issue altogether, and we'll think about it. But 16-17 crore of our population is on 5G, and they're only adding. And I think we'll get about 80 crores by 2030. This is not an unusual thing, and it's great to see that. Resultantly, India has become the third largest digital station or nation, not station, nation, and that too after US and China. So this is again very important. We all spend 6 hours on an average on our phones. अभी मत करिएगा, थोड़ी देर सुन लीजिएगा मेरे को, खाली थोड़ी सी देर अपना time and just give your attention to me. But normally we spend about 6 hours, and we do about 24 GB of data every month. This will go up to 75 GB of data by 2030. So there's immense opportunity in India. The place which is not green for us, and I think everybody's talked about it, and I'm not going to say that it's green in any form or way, is home broadband, or getting fiber to home, or providing broadband to home. यहाँ पे हमारे पास करीब 4 करोड़ हाउस होल्ड्स हैं जहाँ पे आज के दिन ब्रॉडबैंड है होम्स में, ऑफ विच maybe 1 crore is still on fiber and the balance is still on other technologies. But that's really the red area where we want to make it green, and that's what we want to all think about how we can achieve that. I think the other big, we've all heard about India getting to the number 3 economy in the world in by 2030. We want to become the third largest economy, 7 trillion. अगर हम खाली comparison देखें of home broadband penetration amongst the top 4 or 5 economies in the world, and then we see where India stands, I think we are at 13% on home broadband, and this is the percentage which has to go up. This has to go up to 80%, which means जो हमारे पास 30 करोड़ household हैं, we need to see at least 25 crore of those households having home broadband or having fiber or providing broadband through other technologies. And that is largely going to be in rural, that's largely going to be in villages, जहाँ पे हमें करीब 15 करोड़ villages households जो हैं वहाँ पे broadband आना चाहिए. In the urban areas, we are about 36 million, where broadband is provided. That can become triple to about 10 crores or 100 million households, and that's the way we will cover it. The faster we do that, the quicker we can go and achieve what we want to achieve, which is to become the third largest economy in this world. So I think that's really the problem statement. And in order to become that third largest economy, the broadband has to reach the homes, because that's where the skills will get developed, and that's where the economy will certainly grow and boost. What do we need for that? I think everybody talked about, that we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to create digital infrastructure. वो अपने आप तो create होएगा नहीं. There's obviously funding which is required for that. And it's not small funding, it's large funding which is required. If you look at fiber, we have about 36, 37 lakh root fibers. We need to make it 100 lakh of root kilometers of fiber, which should be there. If you look at macro towers, which is important for 5G, we have about 7 lakh macro towers. We want to make it at least 1 million macro towers. Data centers, with the kind of data that India is consuming and India is generating, आज के दिन 350 exabyte of data is being generated. This will become like 5 times in the next 4 to 5 years. And therefore, we need data center capacity, which has to grow. I know my friend in the panel will talk about data center capacity and that enhancement. We need Wi-Fi 6, I think Wi-Fi 6, 7, because the coverage has to be very good, and that is what is required. In सबके लिए we'll need north of 420,000 crores of investment. और जितनी जल्दी हम वो इन्वेस्टमेंट लेके आ जाएंगे, उतनी जल्दी हम ब्रॉडबैंड की काफ़ी कुछ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर लेंगे, और विल बी एबल टू सॉल्व सम पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम फॉर ब्रॉडबैंड. सो दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट वी वांट टू सॉल्व. How do we get there? I've broken this down between urban and rural. How do you solve the urban problem? How do you solve the rural problem? I think there are two different ways in solving these problems. It cannot be common across. But before that, जैसे अभी हमने कहा कि हर घर में ब्रॉडबैंड होना चाहिए, और आज के दिन हर जना पावर सब्सिडी की बात कर रहा है, फ्री पावर की बात कर रहा है, एटलीस्ट for some units, right? We hear that in a lot of election manifestos. Why can't there be free broadband up to a particular usage? Why can't there be free broadband provided? It's not about connecting the homes of poor. It's also about making sure that they use broadband, and they are not buying and restricted by buying sachets of 5 rupees or 10 rupees. It is also important कि वो उनको हम थोड़ा free broadband दें, और उसको fund करें, and the government should look at subsidizing that free broadband. I think that's very, very important. ROW we talked about. I think that is again an important element, and it's not just about getting the ROW permission, but also about the rationalization of charges of ROW, especially on urban broadband. Urban broadband की problem solve करनी है तो ROW के charges को कम कर दीजिए, because the fiber deployment में almost 20-30% to 50% of the charges are ROW, depending upon intercity where the fiber is getting deployed. And I think we've all been talking about it. ये कम हुआ नहीं है, but I think we should now get that done in some form or the other. The third part is having a neutral host for urban cities which have got condos, which have got row houses. In fact, I was with a developer, एक real estate developer के साथ हम लोग बैठे थे last week गुड़गांव में, and they were saying it's a pain यार, it's really a pain. हर जने को people want operator A, B, C. If I go to operator A, B, C, they say कि मेरा तार पहले डाल दो पूरी बिल्डिंग में, उसके बिना आएगा नहीं. So there are 3 or 4 networks which are running in the same condo. And the customers obviously want choice, and you can't take that away from the customer as a right to the customer. लेकिन वो डालने के लिए आपके फिर 6-7 तारे लगती हैं, उसमें उतना ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ज़्यादा लगता है, उतना टाइम ज़्यादा लगता है. So why can't we get to a neutral host, and why can't there be a policy for neutral host? I think it should be a policy for neutral host. It should be a policy for single infra. It should be a policy for sharing infrastructure which is commonly available. If you have a restriction of deployment, and if you have a restriction of money which is there, because funds are anyway restricted. Funds are not available in abundance. So I think that's another one. We talked about the LCO partnerships or different type of partnerships. This is what we've seen world over. I think that has to be encouraged. आज के दिन प्राइवेट ऑपरेटर्स हैं वो काफ़ी कुछ LCOs के साथ पार्टनरशिप कर रहे हैं. So they've also grown a lot of reach has happened through that. The last part of surge on home broadband has happened through that. But how can we not make it more and more structured कि जो LCOs हैं वो टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर्स के साथ पार्टनरशिप करें एंड होम ब्रॉडबैंड प्रोवाइड करें, जिससे वो 20 करोड़ हाउस होल्ड्स जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे भी ब्रॉडबैंड अवेलेबल हो. देन वी कम टू अ फ्यू पॉइंट्स ऑन द रूरल साइड. द रूरल साइड में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है? ROI. Okay, and nobody is willing to make that investment. So how do you make that investment? Can we create an indus for rural infrastructure? Why can't we create an indus for rural infrastructure? Why can't we create where operators come together with government, and they form a venture, and then that venture is not only getting funded from the government, but people like us. Why can't there be a levy on us for providing broadband in the rural world of India? Why can't we say that 10% of your bill, because we are all high ARPU customers, right? And I don't think we mind that. Why can't the corporates use their CSR funds for providing rural connectivity? And that's the way you fund this JV, which can be formed with the operators and the government. The government can contribute the USO unutilized funds, and you can generate a lot of cash and a lot of funds from people like us and from the corporates. And then that digital divide between rural and urban can go away. And you don't have to think about the business case. You have to think about providing broadband to the villages, to the gram panchayats, and changing the life of every Indian. I think that's what is really required to be done. Why can't we leverage on partnerships with electricity companies, discoms? Why can't that network be available to us in order to get the rural connectivity faster? I think that's what is required for some of the elements which are required for rural connectivity. USO fund I talked about. I think USO fund utilization, obviously they can continue to invest in BharatNet, but we all know, I mean, the monetization issues in BharatNet, we all know the challenges about managing and maintaining BharatNet. Unless you get private sector into this, unless you get private operators into it, I don't think we can see the solution of providing rural connectivity or rural broadband. I think the other one is getting the gram panchayats connected with Wi-Fi. I think that's also been talked about. But all of this requires, again, I'm just saying 4,20,000 crores. How do you get that 4,20,000 crores? Has to be with public-private partnership. There's not going to be too much of ROI on this initially. ROI will come later on, but this is really for the government. And this is for the country. This is for the economy of the country. And अभी हम लोग काफ़ी जगह पे गए थे, 2-4 गाँव में गए थे, and we also went, since TV had invited us to talk about broadband, so we visited a few villages और हमने उनसे पूछा था कि क्या, what is your really need? So उन्होंने खाली एक ही चीज़ सबने बोली कि घर घर में एक ही आवाज़ है, ब्रॉडबैंड के साथ विकास है. So this is what it is. With that I'll finish. Thank you very much. Louder यार, थोड़ा जोर से ताली बजा दो ना.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, our next eminent speaker, Mr. C.B. Velayuthan, CEO Digital Connection, is a seasoned leader with over 25 years of experience working in the US, Europe, and Asia. And before joining Digital Connection, was Global Managing Director at Strategic Alliance at Equinix USA. And prior to that, he led the global sales for Nokia, driving significant revenue growth. So let's put our hands together to welcome Sir for his industry keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. R. Sharma, and TV Ramachandran, the head of Broadband India Forum, and all other guests who have come in here. Thank you very much for having invited us, Digital Connection, for this event. I think the time now is for data in India. The last 2 decades were the time for mobile. The next 2 decades are going to be of broadband, of data. And we in Digital Connection are very excited to actually be here in the country now to be part of this whole movement out here. Today, I just wanted to talk to you about probably two or three things at least. One is some of the global trends that are happening in the broadband industry. What's kind of triggering broadband and the trends that are happening, because we've talked very eloquently till now about the need for broadband in the households and what some of the challenges are and other elements there. But what's going on globally that actually is coming into India, and in lots of sense we're already a benefit of that, and how is that going to then funnel us to be able to even amplify what we need from a broadband perspective is one thing. I also wanted to then talk about how data centers, which is a business that digital connection is in, is how is that actually a part of this, a small cog in this whole element of broadband, and how do we actually are, and why we are excited about India and what we think the potential for India is, and last but not least about digital connection and who we are and what we do. you know if we just look back over the last decades around, we've had multiple trends that have gone on, whether it was the multiple industrial revolutions that have been around and how it's happened. One thing is constant: the world is changing, right? That's definitely something that's been happening around it. The decade now, which we've passed around from the steam, from electricity to IT, now we call it the time of cloud, 5G, and for all of that, what is required is going to be broadband. I mean, IT and everything else. What we need is broadband to be able to drive that. And even in that, and I think Mr. Sharma talked about something very eloquent about customer centricity, and he said that's a very very important element of how you need to develop everything, and what even he as chairman of TRI was trying to drive at it. Today, customer centricity is going to be about data centricity. Anybody who is actually successful in harnessing data are the ones who are actually going to be successful in the customer centric world. And so that's a change in what people think. Before, people thought to be customer centric, you needed to have offices, you needed to have people, you needed to have different elements. Today, it's all about how well do you manage data that you collect and be able to harness that. That's going to be a key to how any organization or anybody can actually be successful. And so this is the decade for that, which is also why we're excited about India and what India can do in this area here. We've all seen, the advent of data and how that's kind of grown. I mean, across various applications that have all become global, that have all become almost day to day for us in usage and what we do. And again, it's impressive to see India coming up with its own digital stack, and not just being a contributor, but being a big force multiplier in this whole journey of how do we accelerate data. The interesting thing here is also going to be about how much of customer data that's going to be generated compared to industrial data. And this actually also comes back to household broadband, because people in household, for having their livings done and from where they can work with the flexibility of work, for us to be able to see that there is going to be so much of industrial data that's actually coming in is an important point for us to kind of keep in mind. There's lots of social impact of what data can do, but they all start from what are we going to use it for? What are people who are at home going to be using it for that it can be worthwhile for them? And it's interesting to see the exponential growth actually of the industrial data, which then lands up generating employment, which then naturally gets people to want the broadband at home, which is a place where most people actually spend time. It's either at home or in their offices. So it's an important element for us to look at that from that perspective. And I said we're talking about some of the global trends that is happening, which are triggering this incredible exponential use of data. And there's at least 6 global trends that have been identified. The first one being just moving to the cloud. And a lot of things that actually are moving in from what traditionally used to be what people were using as IT usage, to either going in into an enterprise or into a cloud. The interesting piece here is that not everything is going to move into a cloud. There's going to be a lot that's going to be kept on enterprises in their private domains, in their private networks, and how they build their infrastructure. And this is one element where we are very closely involved with the industries around how we can actually help them to actually build and offset how they do their infrastructure management of IT, and that's through data centers and other elements like that. You'll see that this is a critical element for what people actually use it for. The next one is elements like IoT or sensors and anything that helps us to get our daily work actually better, whether it is remote monitoring of cameras, of automobiles that are today the most high-tech computers on wheels. All of them need elements that actually will be able to drive in and depend on data. And again, in this space, it's going to be an interesting space to see how even here in India we actually land up adopting a lot of that here. People have talked about artificial intelligence now, and people have to talk about it because it's probably one of the most transformational changes that's happening in our present day life, and which is going to have an incredible impact going forward into what we do also. Every industry, every enterprise is trying to figure out how they can actually adopt artificial intelligence into their working, and the amount of investment going into this space is incredible. It's unbelievable. It's huge, and the opportunity there is in the trillions of dollars. And we will see that it becomes an integral part of every enterprise in terms of how we actually go about doing our work there. And so that's another one for us to keep in mind in terms of impact that it has, and through that, just what it can do for us as we go about our daily lives. There have been lots of elements of how we can actually go about doing our daily work easier. And elements like virtual reality or augmented reality are all technologies that can actually help us do our daily works better, whether it is somebody trying to fix up a tower and an antenna in a tower or any issues there, or go underground into a mine and be able to figure out how to do it, or to repair something very complicated. There are all these technologies which are now becoming more prevalent and becoming more useful for people to actually use, and they're becoming day to day. Devices are becoming easier, cheaper, and faster to be able to use. And you can have something as a digital twin that somebody could be sitting in a remote place and be able to support somebody who's not very technical but on site. And just by interacting with them, you are able to actually deliver and or deploy or do any basic activity that you want, whether it's a repair or a maintenance, without having to be fully trained. By having somebody else who's fully trained to be able to do that, you can do that for things like health, which I'll talk about later, and in surgeries and elements in all kinds of work like that, it actually comes in to become a big effect here. Blockchain, commercial transactions, the way we work with, I mean, the UID or UPI and other elements are all factors of digital facets of what used to be a cash economy before. And that's going to be another huge trigger for broadband to be used. Today, you cannot not go out and use your phone to be able to do transactions. Before, you used to have cash. So the dependency on a broadband or on a network is actually incredibly high. And so this is another one that's actually globally an element that people have to actually keep in mind and how they drive it. I talked about healthcare. This is one space again where I think there's going to be an incredible transformation that's going to happen, and it's already happening. Remote surgeries, unsupervised ways of how you can actually get a lot of things from your health monitored, and having remote guidances into how to kind of go about it, are all elements that are happening now and will only be amplified as we actually land up looking at how we go about doing our work. All of this is great, but the other key thing that it all has to be wrapped around is sustainability, because a lot of this is about demand on resources, whether it's power, whether it is a space, whether it is energy. All of that is going to be a demand that we're going to actually draw upon much more, which is a right thing to do, because as we want to use more technology, it does demand us to be able to use that, but we've got to be able to use that rightfully. And so sustainability is going to be another key element in which there's a lot of investment that's already going on, but you're also going to see this actually becoming front and center of every conversation that happens as we look at every technology that we're trying to adopt and go forward with it. With all of that, I thought I'll kind of talk about and bring that into India. I mean, I talked about some exponential growth of data that's happening. India probably is right now on a tipping point when it comes to what we call as data centers. And data centers are a nerve center or the enabling platform for a lot of this broadband data to be used. We need the connectivity that we can have from the broadband, but those connectivity then has to be able to have a place where it can be processed. And the data centers become some of the nerve centers of this whole transformation that's happening. It's great to see that today we are around 800-900 megawatts of data center capacity. It is forecasted to double in the next 2 years, and then again double the next 2 years after that too. So it's actually literally an exponential growth that is forecasted to happen here in data center space, which is great because what it does is it enables a lot of the applications and the mega trends that I talked about for that to happen. And it also is something that's in India, something that's absolutely needed right now in this space today for us to be able to do it. And that's why we in Digital Connection are very excited for where we are today and what the opportunity that it presents for us. But just kind of to wrap that up about who we are and what we do. Digital Connection is now close to a year and a half old organization now here in India, which is a joint venture between Brookfield, Reliance Jio, and Digital Realty. All three of them global leaders in what they do. And what our mission is to become a meeting place for the digital economy in India, to be able to bring in industries, the hyperscalers, the enterprises, all of them together to be able to bring in one place so that it benefits our end customers in what we do and where we are. We are actually supporting, globally a multitude of customers, whether it is in cloud providers, enterprises, or other providers. And we're excited to be able to do that here in India also as we start on our journey here. And for that, we've actually launched our first data center in India here in Chennai. That's our first one that we have. Our plans for India, as you saw with the exponential data growth out here that we have, we're excited for the plans in India here to be able to kind of expand and be able to support India and be part of this very, very exciting journey here for broadband in India, for which I think the Broadband India Forum here is rightly poised to be a champion to be able to help support this industry and grow with that. And with that, I thank you all for this opportunity and appreciate you.
That's why I moved to Chennai.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, Shri Neeraj Kumar, who is Mission Director, National Broadband Mission, Department of Telecommunications, has more than 30 plus years of experience as a member of the India Telecommunications Service, ITS 1990 batch, and has spearheaded many new services and product launches, which have been a game changer in the telco industry. He is conceived and handled Umang project, which provides 1500 plus major government services through a single mobile app and was dedicated to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister on 23rd of November 2017. Since December 2021, he is working as the Mission Director, National Broadband Mission, and is also responsible for the development of dot layers on PM Gati Shakti NMP platform and a member of Network Planning Group, and has worked on the Right of Way ROW part of the Telecom Act. Recently has also been given additional charge of CEO TEGET. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our special guest of honor for the special keynote address.
So good morning, sir. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank you. I thank Mr. Ramchandran for inviting me for this inaugural address by the Broadband India Forum. So I think this inaugural session has been quite long and must be now. I think you must have got tired, but still, I will try to give some different inputs. What have been said by my predecessors. Everybody knows that the broadband is good and meaningful, and it helps you in many ways. But it requires infrastructure, affordability, device skills, safety of security, and also that universal connectivity means that okay, you have connectivity, but maybe you can't get through. As sir said that you had the signal, but call drop was there. So there is a different term, meaningful connectivity. So meaningful connectivity is that connectivity with which you can work. You can talk, you can interact, you can do some transactions. So we should be talking about the meaningful connectivity. Otherwise, simply talking about the connectivity doesn't help. So everybody talks of providing fiber and broadband. So first of all, providing fiber. So what a common man needs in the village, he doesn't want a fiber. He doesn't want a broadband. He needs services. So we should be talking in terms of how broadband can help him. Because I think, sir, BharatNet phase 1 also failed because we provided the fiber. Everybody laid the fiber. And they said we were told to lay the fiber. Nobody planned what this fiber can be used for. And by the time they realized, they tried developing the services, I think the fiber was lost. And some of the fiber was even taken over by the private companies, and they said, it is my fiber, because there was no GIS marks. And some of the fiber was lost, taken over, cut over, and it became useless. In some of the states where the fiber was given to some of the states, for example, Sikkim, they said, okay, we laid the fiber, but there was a landslide, it is not there. So whether it was laid or not laid, because government can spend the money and provide the fiber. So now, with these learnings, the additional BharatNet project is being launched by the government, and they are now planning the additional services also, the new services along with the fiber. So I have conceptualized this one slide that don't provide fiber or broadband, provide services, because he doesn't know. So this is just a concept. Maybe somebody will develop it, like we had the PCOs. So PCOs used to provide, you can walk in, you can make a call, and you can move on. After a few kilometers, if you need to call, then again move into the PCO. So similarly, there should be concept of PCO wherein you can just walk in. Similarly, the concept of ATM. You go to Goa, to Bangalore, you don't need to know whether this ATM belongs to SBI or Axis Bank. You just walk in, take money, and move on. So similarly, as a person, whether you are in rural area or urban area or vibrant villages or aspirational district, you should be able to move into this kind of infrastructure. So this is having underlying utility infrastructure, broadband. But broadband is not the only thing. This is having a common building wherein telemedicine can be provided, and it can be provided to humans. It can be provided for plants. It can be provided for animal. भैंस भी बीमार होती है, उसको अगर कैमरा लगा दें, वेटरनरी डॉक्टर है, किसी की बिल्ली है, डॉग है, तो सम डॉक्टर शुड बी देयर टू सपोर्ट रिमोटली. So similarly, tele-education, skill development, as my colleague said, AR, VR is there, but what he can do with AR, VR, somebody should be there to teach him. Digital literacy, even drone rental facility can be there. So this maybe 500 square meter premises can have कॉमन एंटरटेनमेंट की. सपोज मेरे पास अमेजन प्राइम है, तो अमेजन प्राइम का मैंने वहां पे लगा दिया और 10-10 रुपए की पिक्चर दिखा दिया मैंने सबको. सो आई बिकेम एन एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड आई एम एबल टू सेल द सर्विसेज. कॉमन वेटिंग एरिया इज देयर बिकॉज ऑल दिस विल रिक्वायर कॉमन वेटिंग एरिया. Otherwise, if you provide these services individually, you will require toilet facilities, waiting areas separately, individually. Similarly, if you have identified that people are not well, so they will require pathology tests, so somebody can provide pathology services. And people are ordering on Amazon and Flipkart, so they will need a warehouse, so where the products can reside, and from there they can be delivered. Assisted e-government services, CSC, and Umang services, they can be delivered in assisted mode. Agents are there. Similarly, Jan Aushadhi Kendra can also be there, because आपने बीमारी को आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया, टेस्ट करा लिया, मेडिसिन चाहिए तो मेडिकल स्टोर भी हो गया. इसके अलावा आप बीमार हुए तो आपने यू नीड ऑल्सो दी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, सो वी कैन प्रोवाइड ए बूथ फॉर देम ऑल्सो. So if we conceptualize, and this can be funded either by the private companies or by the government. So, and suppose we provide this infrastructure. Now you can rent it out to startups कि प्रैक्टो आया कि कल को दूसरा आया, 1 घंटे के हिसाब से उसको पैसे दे दीजिए. Because government is good in providing infrastructure, not good in providing the services. So this fellow will bring the doctors from some nearby cities, and he will bring patients in the nearby villages. So maybe somebody is able to bring 4 patients and 1 doctor, next hour somebody else comes. So he need not invest in the infrastructure. He only uses the infrastructure and just pays for 1 hour or 2 hours or 4 hours. So he is not, so his ROI will be good. So this is one of the concept which I am proposing. So apart from this, I have been working in the National Broadband Mission for about 2.5 years. And the key performance indicator which were given to us were basically that broadband connectivity should be 100% to the villages. It should have been 100% by 22-23, but we are at 94.9% right now. And rest of the connectivity will come from the 4G saturation project of the BSNL, which is, I think, it will happen within next 6 to 8 months. Availability of broadband should be about 50 Mbps by 24-25. So we already crossed this 105. We are at now 105 Mbps. The amount of fiber should be there in the ground 50 lakh route kilometers. So we are at about 40.94 lakh route kilometer. There should be number of towers about 15 lakhs. So we are at about 8 lakhs towers in the country. And fiberization, that means percentage of towers or BTSs which are connected with fiber should be about 70% by 24-25. That means March 25. So we are at 44%, and mapping of the fiber should be there. So we have been talking to all the ISPs, TSPs extensively to lay more and more fiber, to do more and more fiberization. But what is the problem? Problem is that maybe in US or Europe, once upon a time we talked about the unbundling of local loop. Why? Because we were copying the West, because they had the local loop and they did unbundling. We also wanted to do unbundling, but it did not work in India. So they were having in a, you can say, generic sense that they were having more landline connectivity from the very beginning, before the mobile technology came. But India is the country where mobile technology came first, much prior to when the landline penetration was more. So naturally we are having more and more broadband over the mobile. Similarly, the credit cards were more in the European countries, in America, but credit cards are not more in India because we have the UPI. We don't need. So every technology which is working, or the fiber, more fiber in China or US, if it is more, maybe it is not required now, because now TSP says, and sir said that when you work closely with TSPs, maybe you can speak language of TSP. So you can say so with me also, because I have been interacting with them. So now they say that once we have the microwave technologies which are having sufficient bandwidth, what is the need of deploying the optical fiber cables? That is one. Plus we have other problem also. So optical fiber is cheaper, but laying the optical fiber, getting the permissions and paying the restoration charges is hell lot of a job. Because now the state governments, they see the TSPs or ISPs as a cash cow. So once you go to them to lay the permission, sir, recently we got a case from Maharashtra government. Airtel, they are bringing C cable and they want to invest 250 crore. And they have charged for around 253 meter about 6 crores. So that means 25 crores per kilometer. So is it justified? No, it is not justified. So, but state governments, they don't know what you are going to do. You have come, they saw that it's a big company, Jio or Airtel, let us try to make money. So they will put even the property tax on the towers. And we also lost this case in case of Jharkhand, that the Supreme Court said that the state government has the power to take charges, and we lost. So maybe in the new act, wherein this has been brought into the Telecom Act and ROW rules are being framed, maybe then it will come. So otherwise, we have been talking to all the 36 state governments on the ROW charges. And sometimes, suppose UP government has said, okay, my now ROW charging policy is aligned as per the central government, but Noida Authority, Greater Noida Authority, they don't agree. So we have been struggling with the state governments to basically impress upon these authorities to follow the state ROW policy. So that's why the telecom service provider are not inclined to lay optical fiber cable, because first of all, getting the permission is not easy. But now we have got an online portal, ROW portal, wherein now the getting the permission has become easy, and about 31 states out of 36, they have the deemed approval facility. That means if you apply and nobody does anything, in 60 days you will get the ROW permission. So in December 2021, when I joined, sir, after from NEGD, so there were 71,000 applications pending on the ROW portal, and many of the applications were in physical mode, processing was in physical mode, and 480 days was the time, average time, which has come down to significantly to 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Now only 6 to 8,000 applications are there, because we get every month 6,000 new applications. So that one job is done. But second job, ROW policy has been announced by all 36 states, but some of these states are still charging in the name of restoration charge. They are charging a lot of money, and we are still working with them. And I think many suggestions were given during the session, that somebody said maybe we can use power cables. Yes, we can use power cables, and we have been in discussion with Power Grid, because they sell only the bandwidth. They don't want to sell the optical fiber cable or the dark fiber. So we have had meeting with the CEO, Power Grid. We have written to Power Secretary, because what happens, suppose I have to take optical fiber cable to Arunachal Pradesh. Maybe you can lay the optical fiber cable, but tomorrow there is a landslide, your optical fiber cable is gone, because you will just erect a small pole and it will go, because the power grid towers are very solid, very strong. So if they provide you the backhaul, then it becomes more resilient. Even in case of the natural disasters, it can bear that. So, and the power grid funding is also coming, because central government is giving fund to the Arunachal government is giving fund to Power Grid to lay the power grid cables. So ultimately the power grid is also being funded by the central government, state government, but state government does not know, can I put a clause in the MOU that you will provide me the backhaul on the optical fiber cable free of cost? So we are educating the state government also, so that the power grid should not understand that whatever they have laid the optical fiber cable, it is their personal property, because ultimately it is also funded by the government, whether state government or central government. So we are working on many fronts, and we are educating even regarding ROW policy, that Indus goes and they say that I want to install maybe 250 towers, that Airtel said I want to bring C cable, I am investing 250 crore. But these people, we are educating to them, don't say that I am installing 200 towers. Say to them, maybe if you are investing 5 crore per tower and 200 tower, you say that I am going to invest 1,000 crore in your state. And how many jobs you will bring in the state, because the government understand what you are doing for the state. For example, every state is, sir, calling the FDI meetings or FDI melas. Gujarat का भी होता है, बाकी सब state का भी होता है. And every chief minister and every bureaucracy, they are attracting them, because they know that they will bring investment. So telecom companies also should say that we are going to invest so much money in your state, this will bring these benefits. So education at political level, bureaucratic level is also required. For example, he said that we have invested so much money in data center in Chennai. You have invested, but when you go for ROW policy, they will try to extract money. So we need to tell everybody that how it is going to benefit Chennai, how it is going to benefit Tamil Nadu. What if the broadband speed increases? So they have to be shown the larger picture. So how many employment will come? These people will reside there. These people will spend money on the rental. And this way it will increase the rental value. This will increase the property value, because everybody would like that, okay, everybody is having property there in that city. So if the property rates increase, it helps them. So that's the language the politicians understand, or the bureaucracy will understand. So we have to show them the larger picture, what we are going to do. So I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Sri Anil Tandon, Director General BIF, to kindly close the proceedings of the inaugural session by proposing a vote of thanks.
Thank you. So we've come to the close of the a very thought-provoking inaugural session of this conference. We've had people speaking on various aspects, which is starting with the setting of the tone for the conference by Mr. T.V. Ramachandran. Considering that we are already a little late or we've overshot the time, I'll not spend too much time on this. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers to have shared their valuable insights and also for having come here, taken time off from their busy schedule. Firstly, I would like to thank the guest of honor, Shri Neeraj Kumar, despite his very busy schedule, for having come here and delivering a very important keynote address. So you talked about getting providing meaningful connectivity and services. So I just want to mention here that one of the sessions in the day in the today was also on the demand side. It's not only on the supply side, we'd also be talking on the demand side. And I also like to thank the other distinguished speakers, Mr. Parijat, who delivered on behalf of Mr. Praveen Cherian from STL, Mr. Vilayathan, CEO of Digital Connection, Mr. Prashant Singhal from EY, Mr. Ashwin Rana, who's from Zupi and also the Vice President of BIF. And my special thanks obviously go out to Dr. R.S. Sharma, who has really kept everyone deeply engrossed and motivated in his lovely address. He has been leading us from the front for so many years, and his fountain of wisdom, we all draw upon that even now, despite the fact that he's left the TRA many years ago. And of course, I must thank President of the BIF, T.V. Ramachandran, for having given that, setting the thing, presenting the data, and raising questions, which I presume all the speakers, the panelists, and the speakers in the subsequent sessions would be answering. So I think I'll leave it at that, and we look forward to the session where all the various panelists and the speakers would be dwelling in greater detail on all the subjects that have been sort of touched in brief during the inaugural session. Thank you for all the audience for being here and also for the speakers. I think we'll have a short break. Over to Sapna.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And once again, I take this opportunity to thank our honorable chief guest, our guest of honor, and all eminent speakers who graced this occasion of the inaugural session for this conference. May I request for a group photograph before we close the session of all our eminent dignitaries. I would also request Mr. Tandon to kindly join the group photograph. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will have a quick, short tea break. We are already running almost half an hour behind schedule, and we would like to get back on time. I request everybody to be really fast in having their cup of tea and coffee. Probably you can carry your cups back to the table so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session as soon as possible. So please enjoy your cup of tea and coffee and be back in time for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warm welcome to you, sir. I also invite eminent panelists for the session. Lieutenant Colonel Shantanu Das, Joint Advisor, BBNPA TRAI. Mr. Vivek Raina, CEO, Excital Broadband. Mr. Rakesh Dosi, Senior Vice President, Business Head, Network Centric Services, SIFI Technologies Limited. Mr. Ronak Maheshwari, CEO, Extreme IX, and Mr. Anil Kumar, CTO, Kerala Vision. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session on empowering India's digital future, mobilizing a collective force for ubiquitous wireline connectivity, aims to seek the channels for implementing the objective of multi-gigabit connectivity to every household by 2030. And we begin the session by inviting our session chair, Shri Neeraj Kumar, for his opening remarks. And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Shri Neeraj Kumar, sir, for his opening remarks, our session chair.
I think we can coordinate from here itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon. I think it is afternoon.
He's just doing it.
Yeah. So after the inaugural session, I think the context is set, and we have been talking about the optical fiber cable, but I will say that let us not focus on the optical fiber cable. Let us focus on the connectivity, because many of the times the people say that why you are saying that you provide connectivity through fiber. It can be FWA, it can be 5G, 6G, or anything. So let us be technologically agnostic. But since this session is about the gigabit connectivity and fiber connectivity to all the villages, so first of all, I would like to tell you that there are about 6.44 lakh villages in the country, and the government has come out with the Vibrant Village program. That means the villages which are on the border, they have been called vibrant villages, and government want to provide all the facilities. Because what happens in absence of connectivity or transportation or lack of services, the people start inwardly migrating. So, and after some time, you won't find any person there in the vibrant villages, and then it becomes even difficult for our forces to defend these areas because they don't find anybody there. It becomes so boring there, and it becomes also open for the neighbors also to see these villages and areas aggressively. And as per this strategy, China has been building border villages wherein not only the even 5G is available, all kind of infrastructure is provided. Good flats are there. I have seen there in the China border, wherein we could see from by telescope that they have built beautiful infrastructure, and wherein even the soldiers can live in those flats, and that becomes a threat. That's why the government has come out with the Vibrant Village program. Similarly, there is a program of the aspirational districts. That means the districts which are most backward. Government is saying the aspirational districts, and government wants to provide them all the latest technology, latest services. So currently, the number of villages which are connected with OFC is about 207,000. And though your target is to provide gigabit connectivity to all the villages by 2030, but we have to see whether we can provide or we should provide or aim to provide the fiber connectivity to all the villages, because the villages are, in many cases, there are 3 or 4 people, and they are very remotely located. Whether it is viable, commercially viable, or can we maintain the optical fiber connectivity? That's why we need to see whether out of 6.44 lakh villages, we need to provide all the villages with optical fiber cable connectivity or not, or we can use alternate technologies. So maybe the BharatNet, additional BharatNet project which has come out, the tender has come out through BSNL, which is being funded by government from Department of Telecommunication. The targets are that about 3 lakhs by 25-26, 3.5 by 26-27, 4.5 lakhs by 27-28, 5.5 lakhs by 28-29, and maybe 6 lakhs. So maybe up to 6 lakhs can be done. Rest of the villages will have to be supported through alternate technologies, either satellite or any other technology. So second thing is that what should be the target of the mobile broadband speed? So currently we are at about 99 Mbps as per the Ookla app report. So what should be the target, the year-wise growth in the download speed? And here the point to be noted is that currently the 5G is operational but not being charged. So some of the TSP says that this broadband speed can go down, because once you start charging, then people may not be using broadband as much or 5G as much. They will go back to 4G. Or less people are using. That's why you are getting more speed. If the more and more people come onto this mobile or 5G, maybe speed will go down. So we have to be very cautious while we set target for ourselves. Similarly, what should be the mobile upload speed? Currently, it is at 9 Mbps, February 24 data. So what should be the target for next 5 years? And fixed broadband download speed is 60 Mbps. So what are the targets for next 5 years? Wireless data usage is 19 GB, September 23 data. And what should be the target for next 5 years? Similarly, what should be the target for fixed broadband subscribers, whether it is total broadband subscriber, combined wired and wireless? Current target in December 23 was 39.26 million. So what we want in our country? And again, another point, green telecom. So should we enter into this, or it should be left to the commercial decisions? If there has to be some target, then what are these targets? So these are, I think I would like with all the fellow panelists to discuss these key parameters and maybe a few other parameters which you have in mind. Thank you so much. Now I leave the stage open for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for setting the tone of discussions in this panel discussion session. But before I hand over to our distinguished moderator, a few words of introduction. Our distinguished moderator, Dr. Mahesh Uppal, Honorary Principal Advisor, BIF, as a consultant and commentator for nearly 25 years, has closely tracked the evolution of India's telecommunications market. He has contributed extensively to the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India and advises national and global businesses, UN and other international agencies, as well as the civil society groups. And I may now hand over to you, sir, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the panel discussion. And I would like to remind you, sir, you have 40 minutes to conclude the session, which also includes the question and answers. Over to you, sir.
I think everything other than finishing it by yesterday is what I heard in what you said. Well, I'll try and finish it by yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and a privilege to moderate this session, and thank you very much for being here. I just recalled a few hours ago that, in fact, today is exactly 30 years since the National Telecom Policy was first introduced in 1994. My friend Umang Das and Mr. Garg and many other people are, of course, people who know this extremely well. And one of the key issues that time was that we had mile-long waiting lists for connectivity, right? And in fact, one of the key elements of that policy was that we need to at least meet existing demand. And to do that, we would need funds at that time estimated at about 23,000 crores, which the government didn't have, and therefore there was the need for private sector players to enter the market. And as we all know, the sector struggled in the beginning. But what was really quite amazing is that the mobile technologies, wireless technologies, were a godsend. Were a godsend that, and they have been a godsend actually for most developing countries, and have enabled connectivity to just skyrocket in a very short period of time. That from a time when we had an extreme shortage of connectivity to a time now that we have, by and large, at least the vast majority of the areas of this country, although I would contest some of the more optimistic numbers that Mr. Neeraj Kumar gave, but be that as it may, the vast majority of our population as well as areas now do not actually have to wait for connectivity. Having said that, and as you know, we've had some of the lowest charges for lowest tariffs, etc., and we've had virtually no waiting, etc. Now, what the mobile industry has also got us to do, kind of sadly in a way, is to have become self-congratulatory, right? That we have come to a situation where we believe that we are there, and now really there is no big issue left. And I think, in fact, Mr. Sharma, I was hearing him carefully, a couple of times mentioned the fact how, despite all our advances in mobile and in in IT-related services, we still are beyond 100 when it comes to our achievements in digital infrastructure, etc. And a key part is that besides access, we also need capacity. Mobile technologies have provided us largely access and have also provided us de facto broadband in the form of 4G. But we all know both the achievements as well as the challenges. What we do also know is that when you look at the actual consumption of data, at the usage of data, we really are struggling. And what our panelists in the morning and our experts spoke about in the morning is that this struggle is going to get worse unless we do something about it. And a key reason is that we cannot depend on wireless technologies alone to, in fact, meet our demand for access and capacity, particularly capacity given the wide range of new activities, new services, new opportunities, etc., that we would want to exploit using digital technologies. And that is where I think the subject of our this whole session today, as well as the whole conference today, is so important, that we really do need to recognize the limitations of mobile technologies, despite their huge successes and huge power. The real challenge is capacity that we will need very badly. That capacity is going to be a challenge without a fixed line infrastructure, where we are struggling very badly. In fact, our fixed line connectivity goals are conspicuous by their not being met. So the real issue is, can we create an ecosystem where, given the fact that telecoms today and IT, etc., is a predominantly private sector activity, can we create a situation, can we create a vibrant ecosystem where people's incentives, the players' incentives are aligned, so that we can see a growth in broadband infrastructure and therefore support the growing needs for data and data services. So that is a small backgrounder. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. But I think we do have some amazing experts here, and not only experts, but also people who are actually implementers of what they do. They are actually practitioners, and they've been in the field for quite a while. So without further ado, I'm going to ask each one of them to make not more than 3 or 4 minutes worth of points in the beginning. Remember, the goal is to finish it yesterday, right? And so with that, and I'd also request my panelists to take exactly not more than 2 sentences to also introduce themselves. But I'll start with Vivek Raina. Vivek Raina is an important player in runs Excitel, and which is a major player in cable broadband infrastructure. So Vivek, can you tell us really what you feel are the challenges you're facing in your activity?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mahesh. And I'm Vivek Raina, founder and CEO of Excitel Broadband. Excitel Broadband, as Dr. Mahesh said, runs fiber to home services in the country. We have around 1 million users as of today. Now, I agree totally with Dr. Mahesh. While we are lauding ourselves and congratulating ourselves about how great we have done in mobile, but we are actually at the bottom of all global charts in terms of wireline broadband. Yeah, and nowhere in the world has mobile replaced wireline broadband. Nowhere, whether it's Korea, Europe, US, nowhere. It's not done. And real economic growth, real GDP growth comes only through wireline broadband. It has not happened through mobile anywhere. It just imagine a number. Average mobile download limit per day is around 3 GB as of now. At Excitel, an average user downloads 30 GB per day. It is multiple times more than a mobile device can ever do. So that data unleashes and unlocks creative potential of an economy, and that's how the World Bank report, it alludes to that. 10% growth in wireline broadband penetration leads to 1%, 1.5% growth in GDP of a country. It's direct correlation. So if India has to continue in its march towards becoming a developed country, there is no way you can ignore wireline broadband. Wireline broadband penetration has to increase, and we have to, sort of be there on top of the world. I mean, we have to increase our penetration, that's for sure. And now about the issues. How are we here? Why has India lagged behind rest of the world in penetration of wireline broadband? What are the issues? Okay, one is sure that there were low-hanging fruits out there, and that was mobile. Mobile was first thing to do, as Dr. Mahesh said, connectivity, to provide basic connectivity to urban Indians or rural Indians was the first thing to do, and it was easier comparatively. So everybody focused, including the government, regulator, and private players, they focused on doing mobile broadband first. Now look at peculiar way Indian cities are have been developed over the last, let's say, 50 years. You can consider any city, take Delhi, for example. 20-25% of Delhi is structured, well designed, having back lanes, having utility shafts where you can put wires. But 75% of any urban conglomerate in India, including Delhi, is completely unstructured. No back lanes, no utility shafts, no permits, serpentine lanes and back lanes, colonies that have evolved on their own without any plan. So it was very easy, comparatively easy rather, for telcos and traditional ISPs to do business in structured part of urban India. But when it came to unstructured urban India, and unstructured urban India is where 75% of urban Indians live, it was very difficult for them to do wireline broadband in such places, and therefore it lagged behind. Nobody sort of paid attention to such areas. It was in 2015 when we started Excitel Broadband, and our aim at that point was simple: to provide world-class fiber-to-home connectivity to 75% of urban Indians living in unstructured part of urban India where no telco is going. And there is this digital exclusion that has existed in such areas. And I can proudly say from 2015 to now, the million users I talked about are just in this unstructured part of urban India. We don't even go to structured parts or elite parts of urban India. This unstructured part of urban India is where we have to focus. And how did we do that? By having leverage, which is inherent in the ecosystem, the leverage of cable operators who are existing in every nook and corner of India. You just have to standardize them. You have to regularize them. You have to just give them real technological inputs and training inputs so that you can use this leverage and spread across the India. I think that's the direction we have to take. It cannot be one company or two companies or the government even that can do this job of, it's a colossal job of connecting each and every household in even urban India. I'm not even talking about rural India as of now because only 25% of urban India is connected. We're talking about 4 crore users for 15 crore urban Indian homes. So even 70% of urban India is yet to be connected. Forget rural India. So even if you have to do that in next 3-4 years, you have to use this leverage which is inherent in the system. Smaller ISPs have to be encouraged, and cable operators who have been doing a wireline business, just enhance their skills, upgrade them, and use them to have this connectivity done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek. Very, very sharply made points, and you're absolutely right that we have to use the existing cable infrastructure, which really does reach most of people who otherwise are struggling. Now, I think Anil is with us, and Anil is also in the cable industry. And I think, Anil, having heard Vivek, you can now tell us what exactly are the challenges you're facing trying to become an ISP, and where exactly the gaps are, and what kind of partnerships that you're seeking with other players and so on.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And start with an introduction,
yeah.
please. Yeah.
I represent Kerala Vision. Kerala Vision is Kerala's the biggest wireline broadband service provider, and we are happy to say that we are bigger than Jio in Kerala. Primarily, how we did this? Now, I'm saying in terms of the wireline broadband services are concerned. Okay. Of course, Jio is bigger in size in terms of the wireless connectivity, but I'm proud to say that we are number one in terms of the wireline broadband service is concerned. I will also throw one more number. The average download per month per user for Kerala Vision today is 265 GB per month, whereas national average is only 190 GB. Okay. How we could achieve this is, of course, see, somebody before me was always was saying about the strength of LCO over a period of time. A wireline network was evolved or built in by the local cable TV operators. And I always believe that a wireline service is always provided without sacrificing the quality, whereas in a mobility service, we sacrifice a little bit of quality and we get mobility. Whereas in wireline, we completely sacrifice the mobility and we concentrate on the quality. So how we could do is, we have encouraged the LCO, we have utilized the fiber which is already laid by them, and that is how we actually grown our network. We have seen challenges with LCOs. One was actually all LCOs, they had regulatory and administrative concerns in terms of, say, one is license plus whatever is the reports and all those things to be uploaded, and that was a big challenge for LCOs that is being addressed by us. Secondly, these LCOs are basically there are in two segments. One, of course, we know in urban area and rural area, whereas when people are in rural area, they had lack of expertise, and that has been complemented by us to the extent possible. We have extended that. Next thing was the technology and backhaul limitation these people had, and that has been extended by us. We have laid our MPLS network throughout Kerala from south to north with a 400 Gbps backhaul, which is now being increased to 800 Gbps. That has been helping us to give redundant connectivity to LCOs so that their network is always up. The next challenge was these people were having systems and processes limitation. Today, when we are competing with Jio, Airtel, or any world-class telecom provider, there is no, in terms of service demand, there is no difference between urban or rural customers. Service is service, and it has to be there. The way it has been given in urban, it is required by the rural as well. So they always expect world class services in terms of booking a ticket or getting an update about this. All those technology upgrade has been extended by us from our side. One more thing we should remember is, an LCO is a local person, and he is either way a friend. He is very close to the end customer there. He is either a friend or a classmate or a relative or a neighbor to the end customer. So the kind of service which they are extending, the kind of relation they have with the end customer, that is the one which we utilized with the help of technology and systems we provided. We also created a acceptable revenue model to them, so that they get their pie. So this is what we have done, and with this background, that helped Kerala Vision to be number one in terms of connectivity. I will also throw one more figure. See, the LCO, they being so close to the customers, our service delivery mechanism and service assurance mechanism, and of course, to a greater extent, the revenue assurance mechanism was completely intact. And the fault rate today we have is around 1.2%. And I remember in 2018 and all, I was struggling in Reliance to bring the fault rate to less than 7%. Okay, whereas Delhi was actually 15% some time back when we were having the national listing. And today I'm proud to say that our network with the support of LCO, it is around 1.2% fault rate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. Yeah, I mean, I think very few people, especially in organized or structured urban areas, recognize how much the quality of cable internet has improved, and how stable and how reliable it has become. And but I was also hoping Anil would talk about some of the things that Dr. Sharma talked about, which is about the relationship between LCOs and ISPs, and especially the fact that their incentives seem to be disaligned, and therefore there being challenges in having more cable-based ISPs in the market because of. So I thought maybe this is best time to get Colonel Das, who is from the TRAI, to address some of those issues that, briefly. Remember the yesterday challenge we have. Yeah.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I am Colonel Shantanu Das. I am a joint advisor with Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, and perhaps I have been included in this panel to give that flavor of a regulator to balance the overall perspective, so as to say. Now, talking about the improvement in infrastructure, if you say that how to collaborate with the LCO and the network provision to the last mile, uh, what my observation has been while working on this particular front is that majority of the places where we are still facing a very stark digital divide is firstly because of the return of investment aspects, uh, because that is the major concern for any player to roll out its infrastructure out there. Secondly, in places where there is no presence of local cable operators, so as to say, and if you want to have network or internet facilities or telecom facilities, so as to say, to be rolled out, the last mile connectivity doesn't exist. It is a major concern, sir. And what I see is that although the people out there are have not witnessed the technology, so as to say, but their basic services which are being provided through very poor internet services, they are getting affected a lot. And these places are mostly the places where the working window is very limited. The network infrastructure, as in terms of roads and rails, are very poor, so it adds on to the cost of rolling out infrastructure in these places further. And with a limited working window, with poor weather conditions, it becomes very difficult for people to try and venture out in this fact. Now, majority of the efforts here are actually being bridged by the USO funded efforts from the government. And until and unless there is a very strong public private partnership which is sponsored by the government, and with the kind of initiation being taken by the private players also in this regard, so much improvement is not witnessed in that way.
No, I was also hoping that you would address some of the questions that Dr. Sharma was talking about, which is about the problems that cable operators have in becoming ISPs because of licensing issues.
Sir, cable operators becoming licensing issues, sir. Actually, what has happened is that earlier the infrastructure providers, mostly the cable operators, are basically infrastructure providers, and he had brought out two things very pertinently, that the cable operator providing cable business is under a particular ministry, and then when we come to providing the internet services, it is under a different ministry. When we talk of convergence in these in our current scenario, why should there be such kind of a bridge or retipism to make both the things function? The best way forward is what DOT, I think, has already initiated. They came up with a proposal to initiate a new kind of a license called digital infrastructure providers, digital communication infrastructure providers license, wherein they are trying to empower these kind of operators. They can be passive infrastructure providers, local cable TV operators, who can come under the ambit of this unified license, which has been proposed by TRI in its recommendation. And it has been kept very nominal. The getting into this proposed licensing scheme has been kept very nominal, and they can easily get into it. And it can again address one more issue, sir, that I think one of the fellow speakers in the previous session made a mention, that there is a problem of sharing of infrastructure. somebody in a society, when we roll out in building solution, I want Geo, somebody says I want Airtel, somebody says I want Exitel, somebody says I want Hathway. So when the provisions in DCIP has catered for people to have ownership
Sure.
of the asset that they have rolled out, and it is at their disposal, they can render this particular network resource on sharing basis to the TSPs.
Has this this is still work in progress?
Sir, we have recommended it. Now it is
Yeah,
on to the
yeah.
government
Good.
to
Yeah.
take this further.
I thought I'd mention that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Das. Thank you. Now, maybe I could come to Mr. Dohi now, because now we come to the other part of broadband infrastructure, which is about the many other parts of that ecosystem. I think Prashant Singhal also mentioned, and several other speakers spoke about the importance of data centers, the importance of IXPs, etc. And the TRAI also undertook some kind of a consultation. I don't believe we have seen the process, the end of that process. So maybe you could tell us, Mr. Dohi, what exactly are the challenges the data centers are facing, and how exactly those could be surmounted, in your opinion? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. This is Rakesh Doshi. I represent SEFI Technologies. Many of you would know that SEFI is the first private ISP in the country. It is also one of the largest data center provider in the country. Therefore, the cusp of the problem that Dr. Mahesh talked about uh, is uh, is probably seen best by companies like us. So first is in terms of the urban part of it, of what we've been doing. So close to 300 megawatt of power is what we have on the data centers in the urban side of it. Now that has powered in terms of the applications that we've been talking about. Today, India has seen huge amount of digital progression in the last 3 to 4 years. Why has that happened? That has happened because of the applications that the people, consumers, have been able to use, and also businesses have been able to enable. And all of these has been platforms which have been hosted into data centers. So trying to simplify what this data center piece is and what is the fitment of this piece. So this is a power hungry infrastructure that is able to host compute facility, storage facility, and the interconnectivity for these applications to be used by anybody, for example, on the mobile usage part of it. Now, coming to one of the advent that has happened in India, why has the mobile penetration and the broadband increased so much? The answer to that, while the infrastructure was laid, but the important point is people were able to use applications. See, Facebook happened, WhatsApp happened, etc. All of these increase the usage and adoption of these technologies into the hands of the people. And that's where today, when you see, at some point in time, back 3-4 years, India was number one in terms of the on the mobile data usage part of it. Now, if that's the same thing that's to happen from a broadband, and that's very important, because while on the mobile side of it, we are in the top three, but when it comes to the broadband, we also have to reach a status where we have to be under the top 10. Now, how is the data center industry going to play a role in terms of this adoption? On the urban side of it, we have already seen the adoption is grown significantly, and data centers have a significant role which they have played in that. Now, let's go to what we call as Bharat. The divide between the urban and the rural has to reduce. Therefore, the play on the broadband and the play on the data centers are important. Let's understand what are the challenges that this proliferation requires. Now, data centers require infrastructure, the access facility, the power facility, and the skilled manpower. These are the three important elements for a data center industry to thrive in any environment. And the fourth is the network connectivity. Now, network connectivity we all talked about, and therefore, sir, coming to your question in terms of uh, a collaboration between the LCOs and ISP. Now, like I said, SIFI is the first ISP, and we are actually working on these kind of synergies between the LCOs and what we do. So we are also provided to a lot of business-to-business applications, large banks, so Department of Post, for example, the entire RBI network runs on SIFI's core backbone, and that takes the entire usage back into the core rural segments. While today 6.5 lakh villages is what you want to connect over a fiber via the BharatNet project, and over 2.5 lakh panchayats. Now, while we do this, there are two things which are important: the power availability and the financing cost. Now, data center is also a little capital intensive. Like you roll fiber, fiber is capital intensive, so is data center. Now, to address this problem, capital intensive. So, if you have to open data centers in the remote location, so let's say out of this 2.5 lakh panchayats, the gram panchayats, we're rolling out fiber. Let's take around 5,000 odd rural sites or semi-urban, semi-rural sites where you want to have data centers. You would have to create facilities which are smaller and where there is a, while public-private partnership is there, there's also a synergy. Like sir talked about initially in terms of, in your address, you talked about, okay, you talked about infrastructure players which could be used by anybody, like an ATM. Can similarly, a data center could be a facility provided where multiple data center players with the skill set comes in and plays that role. That will become an important part of it. And of course, there are regulatory and a lot of other things that I will talk subsequently about.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doi. And maybe this is time also to bring Ronak Maheshwari into it. And his involvement is in a very niche area, the IXP business, which in fact is so critical to the ecosystem, and yet very few people are up on that, particularly its role in the global internet, in the movement of traffic, etc. So maybe Ronak can tell us about what are the challenges he or his company or his peers face in this whole exercise, and what could be done to help them improve the efficiency of broadband connectivity globally and certainly in India. Yeah.
I am Ronak Maheshwari. I run Extreme IX, which is the largest internet exchange in the country with respect to traffic. We exchange about 3 terabits of traffic between content providers and ISPs. We are aggregating about 50 content providers and about 400 ISPs to exchange data with each other. So this issue of connectivity and providing broadband to everybody is very close to my heart. Gandhi, he gave us a talisman that whenever you're in doubt and self becomes very too much on you, you need to think of the poorest person that you have seen and think what you can do to improve his life. And for me, that is internet. Internet provides freedom, internet provides education, internet provides information. And this is why this topic is very important of connectivity. While I have been asked on what are the difficulties in the internet exchange providers, but sir, reaching there, reaching there will take some time, and you need please allow me a few minutes to reach there. I'm so sorry.
But remember, we are creating enemies of people who want lunch.
Yes, sir. But the urgency, the lunch is urgent, and I would like to come to the point of urgency on why this is urgent.
Sure.
Why
No,
we
absolutely.
want?
I'm just kidding. Please carry on. We have time.
Why it is urgent that all Indian households are connected to fixed broadband, whether it is wireline broadband, which is going to be a major part of it, or satellite or something else, but fixed broadband is required. Why it is required and why we need to do it by 2030. India was unfortunate to lose on the benefits of industrial age. We all know the reason why it is. And currently, given the infrastructure that we are in, we are looking at our current generation and next generation losing out the benefits of information age. Do we want to laggard in this? Do we want to always keep catching up with the global players like USA, Japan, Korea? Do we want our next generation to be behind them? No, we don't want that. And if we don't do it by 2030, we will definitely be creating next 3-4 generations also who are going to be behind this global path. Do we want that? No. So yes, just as lunch is important and urgent, this is also important and urgent.
Well said.
So coming to the next part of the challenges that internet exchange providers are facing, and why are there very few internet exchange providers in the country who have survived. The primary reason is okay, we have grown into 6 cities: Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. But growing beyond these cities also requires a look into the demand. If there are no broadband providers in cities outside these cities, or how is the internet exchange going to provide the benefits to them? So generation of demand is what we need to look at, and to simplify and generate demand for wireline broadband in these cities, we need to look at as Dr. R.S. Sharma rightly pointed out, we need to really look at convergence of licensing between cable operators and the ISPs. We want to, so this is a humongous task. We are talking about connecting about 27 crore households to wireline broadband by 2030. Do we think that a few players in the industry can do that? No, we need to induce power of many. I beg to differ with a few speakers here who said that digital infrastructure cannot reach, it is very difficult to reach. Electricity has probably reached every household, which means there is a wire which has reached and government has supplied that. And cable TV has approximately penetrated 200 million, also 20 crore households. So why do we feel that we cannot make fiber reach there? I mean, I have this question to everybody here, especially the government dignitaries and the regulators. If electricity and cable TV can reach, why not? Why not fiber? So my point is that demand generation of broadband requires certain policy level interventions, and I can list them out. For example, if we remove AGR from broadband providers, from fixed broadband providers, it is going to increase affordability. If we are able to simplify providing IPTV on broadband, it will create a completely different set of connected TV ecosystem, and this is again going to create affordability and demand. So if we look at converging taxation that we are applying at different levels, I'll give an example. The average user for wireline broadband pays 500 rupees per month. Now the invoice is basically 590 rupees. 90 rupees goes to the government for GST. 8%, which is 40 rupees, again goes to government for AGR. So out of 500, what is the ISP receiving? And how much is the government earning? There are hardly any wireline broadband providers in the country who is earning 10 rupees margin on per user. So if you remove taxation, you are increasing profitability of wireline broadband and you are also increasing affordability. This will create demand.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neeraj Kumar wanted to comment on that.
No, I think the fixed line providers also need to visit some villages which are there, like vibrant villages. I hope you have gone there and see what is the condition there before anybody comments that fiber is required in every 6,44,000 villages. Second thing is that even if you provided 500 rupees in this hall, I want to ask, some of you must not be having the fiber at your home. Can you raise your hand? Or everybody is having fiber to home. Don't shy away. It is not a mistake not to have the fiber FTTH at home. Anybody who is not having FTTH? So most of the people are having FTTH because maybe you are on hooked to Netflix or Amazon, but if in the village he doesn't want to see what is the utility of the broadband to him, or somebody is being reimbursing your money for fiber to home, that's why you are taking. Otherwise you will see, if you have half an hour use, 15 minutes use, you can just create a hotspot and see the movie. I have also, if my landline is down, I go on the mobile hotspot, I can see that. So the problem is not about the supply side, the problem is also to educate them and give them the services. Because internet जब आया था, email नहीं था, तो internet को भी use करना मुश्किल होता था. So email was one of the service. So we have to create a bouquet of service which creates the demand, not only on the supply side.
No, I would accept some of what you're saying, Mr. Neeraj Kumar, but I think one of the things that we have often mentioned is that we need infrastructure before people can use it. And to some extent, you're right. The critical point is that most of the infrastructure is today being created by private players. So in some ways, they would know what is in their best interest, what is more profit. But I think the real challenge is that our rights of way issues, which basically I believe Rakesh is Ronak is talking about, are huge challenges. I've been in this sector for many, many years, and we've been discussing them. And the key issue really is that the incentives are not aligned. The fact is that the government wants something which the private players probably also want, but the local player governments don't want. If the local governments want it, the local municipalities are not interested. Like somebody mentioned the whole issue of UP, for instance. The UP government has an aligned policy, but the Noida authority doesn't. And so we all know that there are key issues in the creation of infrastructure which are local. Virtually all of us know how haphazard the growth of infrastructure is in a, whether it is building a house, whether it is building a road. So I think if you're trying to run a business, then some of these issues are very critical. And I think we have to recognize that a whole lot of players will have to come in, and it would have to be made worth their while. Nobody is going to I mean, a private player will not forgo revenues. Government doesn't want to forgo revenues, and I suspect a municipality is not particularly keen to forgo revenues from a commercial player. So all those things really do need to be brought into the pot and dealt with, in my humble opinion. But I think this is a very good time to open the discussion. I've been allowed another few minutes for this, and if you're very hungry, please bear with me. But this is time for questions. Anybody? Please introduce yourself, Mr. Chaturvedi. Yes.
He doesn't need introduction.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Pul. Pankaj Chaturvedi, in my personal capacity here. I heard Dr. R.S. Sharma in the morning, and the issue today is that so many recommendations have gone to the DOT, but none have been acted upon. So the two recommendations I must point out here in this forum. One was for the new set of licenses for the internet exchange, and the other was the AGR on the fixed line broadband was to be waived off for a number of years. So both these recommendations would be a game changer, for which I request the BIF, this forum, to do the advocacy for the members and for the community, and see to it what best can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great recommendation. I'm assuming that's not a question. So yeah, but thank you for that comment. Any more?
I have a thing to add on licensing also.
Okay.
Sorry to intervene.
Please do. That's the idea.
So basically, from I have experience of working in telecom sector in UK also and in South Korea also, and certain things that I can bring from as a learning from these places is that licensing framework is very simplified. You have a framework which says, okay, if you're taking these things, then you need license. And one of those frameworks is license is required for uh, scarce resources or anything that affects health and life. So if you are wanting spectrum, yeah, that needs to be licensed. If you are wanting to burn coal, that needs to be licensed. If you are wanting to run copper cables, that needs to be licensed. But if you are wanting to provide fiber broadband, that has no implication anywhere. Why do you need license for that?
No, it's a very good point, and I was hoping others would discuss this. I certainly have views on this, which I've shared, but I think this is probably not the time. But I completely agree with you that one of the key problems we are facing is really our licensing regime, which still has several barriers for investors. And particularly, I think one of the issues has been that, for example, whether it is OTT services, whether it is particularly the whole issue of PM Wani, is intrinsically linked to our licensing regime, where the incentives of the telecom operators and other players in the ecosystem are not aligned. And so whenever one side sees the reason or the need to open up, the other person wants to protect their turf. And so this is something that we need to address, but clearly this is not the time and place. Yeah, but any more questions?
Hi, sir. Arundeep here from the Hindu. My question is for Mr. Kumar, sir. As an ISP, what kind of incentives would, or actually changes in the business of running an ISP would help you feel better about expanding to a rural area? Someone mentioned ROI as a kind of limitation in terms of moving to a rural market. Are there any expenses that you already have, aside from the AGR, that would make you more comfortable about moving into a market where the risk is high and the initial cost of setting up the network is also high?
Of course, the answer is yes. Okay, but always giving a reduction in the AGR will always help us to improve further. But then I'll tell you, see, conceptually, if you look at the cable TV operators, they have built a network to provide high quality service compared to the wireless service. Their inherent habit was that. Okay, now today, you see, recently the cable TV network, the cable TV subscription is coming down. They are facing huge challenge in terms of revenue erosion. Right now, this is the right time we approach them and help them with fiber. Okay, in Kerala, see, like every house has everywhere it is fiber. Very less number of LCS only still running on coaxial cable. Otherwise, everybody is on FTTH. That may not be the scenario in other state, I know. However, if we can support them with fiber, support them with fiber, they will expand. Now, whatever, see, if you, let's say there is a margin fixed, okay, I'm not saying how much it is. If an acceptable margin, I use the word acceptable margin, is fixed with them, maybe some kind of revenue share model, it will help them to meet their requirement. As far as I'm concerned, as an ISP, I don't have service delivery charges, I don't have service assurance charges, I don't have revenue assurance, collection charges. All those things are taken care by them. And as far as a customer is concerned, his touch point is just just a highway. It need not be a phone call also, just a highway. Otherwise, if somebody, see, I'm not saying that everybody would like to address, just call Mr. Come here and attend my fault. No, people are system oriented. Everyone at home, they would like to book their ticket, and this local cable operators may not have that infrastructure. So as far as we are concerned, we have created an infrastructure. That infrastructure is, we call it as one office, one system. We have nearly 8,000 LCOs signed with us. That is the reason we are number one in terms of fiber-based broadband in Kerala, wired broadband in Kerala. Okay, and I repeat, we are bigger than Jio in Kerala. In Kerala. So no, I want to repeat that. I want to repeat that because that was helped. See, it helped. What helped us is only the LCO. We utilize our founders have identified that market, identified that segment, and utilized it. If that can be replicated across India, we will be much bigger than the numbers what we have shown here for US or France. I think France will be much bigger than. So this is what we have implemented, given system and given revenue model, and it is acceptable to them. And they take care of a major portion of our activity.
Thank you.
I want to add to what Anil said. So when I was talking about licensing framework, I also wanted to talk about the licensing current framework is based on fees, which is revenue based. There's government is making 140 rupees on a 500 rupee broadband plan, where the ISP is making 10 rupees. Now, if we need to actually expand into rural areas, we need to change this, where it becomes cost based. Is it government's cost for per user to to earn? Is the government required to earn 130 rupees from per user for providing broadband? Is it the government's cost?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. More questions? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Parminder Singh. I am the founder of a company called Access Technologies. We lay optical fiber cable. We create telecom networks for service providers. My question is to Mr. Neeraj. You say that there is no need for providing fiber to every home, and instead there should be a local center where people can come and use. Has the government done any study on to reach this conclusion? And because this seems to be like an idea saying that गांव में कुआं हो जहाँ सब जाके पानी ले सकते हैं.
No, I did not say that there is no need. I am saying don't mandatorily say that for every village we will provide fiber, because there may be alternative technologies.
Why is the government not convinced that every household needs a broadband connection?
No, the additional BharatNet project which has come out, it says that in all the GP villages, which are about 2,64,000, we will provide fiber mandatorily, but in rest of the villages, fiber will be provided on demand. So demand has to be there. ऐसा नहीं कि unnecessary हमने ले करके डाल दिया and there is no demand. So that is the position.
Thank you.
No, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard some very insightful points made by our esteemed panelists. They're both practitioners and experts. We've heard Mr. Neeraj Kumar with the government's perspective. We've also noted how important capital is, and at some point how unimportant it can be, if you heard what Mr. Anil Kumar is saying, right? That there is a lot more to this ecosystem than simply having a license, having simply a plan to extend fiber. We will need a viable ecosystem in which all players would have a stake, and all of them would see merit in pursuing these objectives. With that, I would like to thank each one of our panelists, and of course thank all of you for bearing with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. May I request the panel to kindly come together for a group photograph, sir? And ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. Lunch is served on the left-hand side of the stage. The next panel discussion will commence at 1:45. We request everybody to kindly be seated back in time. Thank you. And please enjoy your lunch and join us back. Thank you. Which is on fostering growth in India's data, content, and internet ecosystem. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished chair for the session, Shri Sanjeev Bansal, DG EarNet India. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. May I invite on stage our session chair, Shri Sanjeev Bansal, DG EarNet India, our session moderator, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I invite our panelist, Mr. Gauri Shankar Gudla, Vice President, Cloud Network Planning and Strategy, Akamai Technologies. I invite Ms. Neeti Biani, Senior Advisor Policy and Advocacy at Internet Society, Mr. Suvesh Chattopadhyay, Senior Director, Edge and Networks, ST Telemedia Global Data Centers, and Mr. Umang Das, Advisor, RA Next Technologies Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first panel discussion, the objective was to seek answers to the questions related to meeting the supply side constraints, that is, gigabit connectivity to every household. And this session is aimed to discuss the role of data centers and CDNs in providing the content at high speed to the consumers. And before I invite our session chair and our keynote speaker for his keynote address, a few words of introduction. Shri Sanjeev Bansal, Director General of Education and Research Network, EarNet India, was working as advisor in the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, where he was actively involved in formulating several policy matters like unified licenses, spectrum management, matters related to emergency telecommunication, and he has wide international exposure, including making significant contributions in ITU, APT, and SATRC in the telecom sector. And may I now hand over to you, sir, for the keynote address.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and good afternoon to all of you. And I first of all thank Broadband India Forum for inviting me as a keynote speaker for this very important theme, to have robust infrastructure for Bharat the path to achieving a gigabit to every household by 2030. This topic is very relevant today, particularly when we know that our data growth is increasing exponentially by every year. Today, we are consuming on an average per subscriber 20 GB data per month. And this theme of pointing towards achieving a larger goal so that we have a gigabit speed to every household by 2030 through fiber or cable like other developed countries like the UK, the US, or the European Union. This particular session on fostering growth in data, content, and internet ecosystem is definitely indicating the areas of operations and steps to be taken to achieve this larger goal. The presence of media, cloud, and internet related firms executive here in this particular session are indicating the areas which need to be focused to achieve this target of 1 gigabit to every household by end of this decade. You may recall that we started our journey for Digital India in 2015 with a vision to transform our country to a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. To achieve this vision, there were three vision areas which were identified. First one was digital infrastructure as utility to every citizen, governance and services on demand, and digital empowerment of our citizens. To achieve these goals, we had identified 9 pillars, and among them, the first one was to create a digital infrastructure for proliferation of broadband in the country. That is, creating the broadband infrastructure, highways, and public internet access to our citizens. The results of last decade are for everyone to see. We have created massive digital infrastructure and digital connectivity. We have empowered our citizens by way of broadband. We facilitated digital inclusion for our fellow citizens. We democratized the content generation and proliferation of digital contents through platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp, Telegram, etc. And we facilitated free flow of content in the broadcasting domain and facilitated teleeducation, telemedicine up to the rural areas in our country. Today, India boasts of having the second largest telecom network in the world with 1.2 billion mobile subscription and over 900 million broadband subscribers. As the mobile network penetrates every nook and corner of the country, the mobile data consumption is also increasing and taking a new height. As per the TRA report, as I said, we are consuming 20 GB data per month per subscriber every month, and it is growing at the rate of 16 to 23% in the last 3 years. As per the UCLA report, on an average, presently the download speed is 100 Mbps on mobile and upload speed is 10 Mbps. While on fixed broadband, we have the speed of 60 Mbps download and 55 Mbps upload. It means if we want to reach to 1 Gbps, we need to have the tenfold increase in the data speed. So the issue in hand right now is the how to increase this data speed to 1 Gbps so that there is no worry about the long load times, excessive buffering, or any kind of bandwidth related inconvenience which we experience occasionally. It has been observed that once ubiquitous connectivity and robust connectivity is provided, the customers are aspiring from quality of service to quality of experience. A connection of 1 Gbps or 1000 Mbps or faster gives the ample speed for household to practically do anything, whether watching in movie on internet or play the interactive games. The main driver for gigabit connectivity demand is consumer demand from the industries, campuses, commercial establishments, household, government and private institutions. Industry 4.0 is also highly data driven. It requiring fast and uninterrupted connectivity for connecting the automated production lines, autonomous vehicles, robotics, and various IoT related applications which requiring action to be taken in millisecond time. The rise of OTT services, as we are witnessing, the integration of immersive technologies like AR, VR, MR, or metaverse technologies, personalization and targeted advertising, integration of artificial intelligence in broadcasting are some of the areas which are driving data and requiring speed towards making gigacity or giga homes in our country. So we need to take steps in all fronts, be it at the policy level, wherein the government and regulators can make policies to encourage the greater fiber broadband deployment and penetration, at operators level, wherein they can increase network penetration, uptime, network capabilities, and improve quality of service. At the vendors level, they can customize the network equipment and devices for a specific deployment scenario. And at the enterprise level, wherein they can actively embrace and make good use of gigabit optical connectivity infrastructure by exploring the integration of their legacy systems with the latest systems. This will improve, this will not only digitally transform them, but it will also lead to the improved in the production efficiency and reduced cost. There should be national service area wise or city wise plan also with the clear targets for both urban and rural areas. There should be policy support and implementation in the areas like right of way. There should be financial incentives for reduction in the license fee or the taxes whenever targets are achieved. This will encourage our operators to go all out for making giga cities and providing giga homes with broadband speed for at least up to 1 Gbps in near future. So far as fostering data, content, or internet access is concerned, the skill development programs need to be upskilled, wherein not only developing the new skills or upskilling, but also focus should be on the student to digitally literate them so that they can share their skills by way of online content, and there can be collective learning for all of us. For handling of this massive data which is there and which is upcoming, we need to have big data centers also, because this infrastructure is very, very important. Big data centers, which are very much requiring for 5G, 6G, and above technologies which are coming. And in order to facilitate, we should have data parks need to be created across the country, and the associate support are also required in terms of providing land at the cheaper cost or arrangement of the electricity from the different grid sources, so there is high uptime is there. In addition, relaxation in the taxes can also facilitate this to attract investment in this particular area. So far as internet ecosystem is concerned, though the government has come out with the ROW policies, but we need to proliferate more common ducts along highways and city roads, create a space for towers and street furniture, because the availability of passive infrastructure in time and on a reasonable price will ensure proliferation, availability, affordability for both mobile and fixed broadband services. Infrastructure sharing is also very, very important area. TRAI has recently given recommendations for sharing all kind of infrastructure, whether passive or active, in all modes to the government. By sharing infrastructure, service provider can help each other achieve the good quality at the reduced cost. Apart from this, the proliferation of BharatNet to every village in India will help in reaching the last mile and last home for gigabit connectivity. For internet related use and awareness, our common service network, common service centers network, which is there, that need to be exploited for digital literacy. Similarly, like there is a program called PMG Disha of Ministry of IT and Electronics, that is PM Gramin Saksharta Abhiyan. This will help create an awareness, digital literacy among the rural masses, which is very important. And USO fund, which can also be utilized for making giga homes using the fiber or the cable. While taking all these steps, it is very important, we should aware that we should make every home, every organization, every state and our country cyber secure. which is for taking these fruits of giga homes. So therefore, there is a need to have a very strong cyber security infrastructure also in place. As India is taking leapfrog in 5G technology and services and focusing on the 6G technology development as per the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, it is time to think, act, and leapfrog in achieving the goal of 1 gigabit for every household by end of this decade. This can be done by mass scale laying of fiber and cable in each household and establishment and help making India a developed nation as we are aspiring to. So with this, I thank all once again to the organizers for giving me this opportunity before the audience August gathering here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful keynote address and for also setting the tone for discussions of this panel discussion session. Our distinguished moderator, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, is an active member and contributor at National, Regional and Global Internet Governance IG platform. Among other things, she serves as Director CCAOI, Chair of APR IGF, Chair IGF SA, and Chair APR ALO and ICANN. President ISOC, Delhi. So those words of introduction, I hand over to our moderator, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, ma'am, and I would request you if you could conclude in 50 minutes from now. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we can keep you awake after your lunch. Mr. Mansal actually elucidated more, actually at a higher level, or I would say even at in-depth level of what the demand side of things are. The first panel actually looked at more of the supply side aspects to actually what the constraints and what could be the way forward to provide a multi-gigabit connectivity to every Indian household. And some of the key points which I thought was important was need to work creatively with using existing infrastructure and players in the ecosystem, having a stronger PPP model, converging services, including taxation, and also an important thing that from a user perspective, they are interested in the services and applications. They are agnostic to the way the connectivity is provided. However, for greater quality of services or experience, or even using the future applications, they would need fiber at home or some kind of a landline connectivity. Obviously, there were more discussions, but these were some key takeaways which I personally had from the previous session. And we have a great panel today. We would be looking more on the demand side. As Sir mentioned, there has been an exponential rise in demand for data. People want quality of experience, quality of service, because they're using a lot of data in various ways for entertainment, for education, for everything. And there would be more to come because we have a startup ecosystem, or even the internet companies are coming up with innovative services. Most of what we do is data driven today. Without much ado, what this particular panel would be dwelling into things like what could be done what is being done at the content delivery networks, the internet ecosystem, what is being done to give more high-speed connectivity which is reliable, secure, safe, to each digital Nagarik, as we call in Bharat, not only to India but also to Bharat. And for that, I'll give very brief introduction of my panelists, and I'm going through the sheet I have, so they may be anywhere here. So we have Gauri Shankar Godia, who is the Vice President, Cloud Network Planning and Strategy for Akamai Technologies. He has over 25 years of experience in various technology verticals. He's responsible for building and expanding Akamai's cloud network and heads the CSR committee. And he is also a core committee member of Akamai Wizard, which is a global innovation program started in India. We have Neeti Biani, who is Senior Advisor, Policy and Advocacy at Internet Society and she's been advocating to uphold an open, global, secure, and trustworthy internet. And she works with various organizations, building coalitions to mobilize, what she wants to do for an open internet. Then we have with us, just a minute, I'll just move my sheets. Sometimes they get stuck. We have Suvesh Chattopadhyay, who is the Senior Director, Edge and Networks, ST Telemedia Global Data Center. He is a telecommunication and data infrastructure leader with over 2 decades of experience, and he specializes in big data, cloud computing, and CDN, and his expertise is in building fiber infrastructure, developing submarine cable initiatives, and crafting 5G business strategies. And last but very important, most of you in the room know, is Mr. Umang Das, who is the advisor at Run Next Technologies Private Limited, a telecom veteran with over 52 years of experience in diversified field with about 35 years in telecom. He is the chairman of BIF's FTTX and IBS committee and the chief coordinator of BIF standing committee of chairman. And he has in the past served in prestigious positions in various organizations and industry bodies. So what we would be doing in the next 45 minutes is we'll have a marathon round of 2 set of questions to our panelists who have 4 minutes to answer, and I'll be a hard taskmaster here. If 4 minutes is up, I would be, switching off their mics. And then we'll open the panel up for 2-3 questions. And if we have time, we'll have a wrap up. They may want to share some more parting thoughts. So with this, I'll move to Gauri first. Gauri, we are hearing a lot about the CDN market growing exponentially. There are figures which say it's growing at about 13.3% from 2023 to 2030. And CDNs are playing a critical role, especially in providing rich OTT experience. When you're looking at this, what is it required in the infrastructure development in India to ensure reduced latency in content delivery? And another question which I would add to it is, we are seeing a growth in cyber threats. So how do you ensure this infrastructure is secured?
Thank you. Great questions. Before I answer your first question, just want to talk about one of the greatest revolutions we've seen in the last decade plus in India around our banking system. If you remember many years ago, if you were to do a banking transaction, you would go to a nearby branch, which may be one in every big city, big metro, and it would take enormous amount of time to complete one banking transaction, right? And then more branches got created, so your approach or reach got better, but then the time it takes to really do a transaction continues to be higher. And then came ATMs, where you could just withdraw the cash, deposit the cash, and do a bunch of different banking transactions right next to you without even getting into a branch. And then came the whole thing around computerization and then the digital, the enablement that allowed you to do banking transactions from your laptops and desktops sitting just right at home. And then came the smartphones and the UPI. As these things evolved in the last decade or so, one thing that really made this whole thing highly, highly successful is our ability to bring the content, in this case, banking service, close to the consumer. What it did is it actually removed every hurdle in the system, because now you can access, you actually can carry a bank in your pocket right now. You can do every transaction right sitting from your phone without even getting into a branch. That level of scale, efficiency, and agility could be achieved only because the service was given to you at your doorstep. That exactly is what the CDNs do in this space. You've heard about people speaking about the consumer experience, and the amount of data that actually we are generating. On the other sides, where is this data getting stored is in the large, big data centers. But someone need to bring this data all the way from these large data centers to really to the consumers in a cost-effective way that
also gives good quality of service. I think that's where the CDNs play a big role. As the data grows in the economy, right? CDNs need to work within the ecosystem, with the ecosystem, internet ecosystem, to really make this possible. Now, this whole success, what do we need to do to really get the data, get close to the consumer, right? Couple of things we need to do. Right now, if you look at it, most of the data is still sitting in the large data centers in the big metros. But the consumption is all over India, right? Consumption is global. So we need to think about creating infrastructure in the tier 2, tier 3 metros, where we actually can have this data readily available for the consumption at close to the end users. That's one way of actually reducing the latency and then giving best quality of service. The other piece, I think, Ronak and others touched upon, is the internet exchanges. We want to minimize the data crossing from one network to the other network. The more you send the traffic from one network to the other network, the more congestion, the much higher need for the infrastructure, right? And today, those internet exchanges, first of all, they're very limited. They're also in very few in numbers, right? In only big metros. How do we really take this concept of taking the data close to the consumer and how can we solve that with internet exchanges? We really need to seriously think about it. Besides building public infrastructure in all these tier 1, tier 2 metros, how do we really enable this cross connection of these networks right in the same metro, right in the same town that you're living in? The third piece is all about connectivity, right? Today, although we are saying, hey, connectivity is important, and it's very cost efficient, but that's for the consumers. But if you look at connecting multiple metros within India, connecting India to the global internet ecosystem, it is, in my view, still very, very expensive. How do we enable more players to come into the market? How do we actually enable through the policies, whatnot, or rather reduce those, the policy overheads, where more people can come actually build those intercity fibers, intercontinental fibers at much lower cost? Because ultimately, our aim is to really improve the consumer experience and bring the content as much as possible to the consumers, right? The last comment I would have is on this is, there's a lot of new technology that's being emerging, right? That will enable better compression technologies, that will enable the mobile apps and multiple different types of apps on the internet to really work more optimally. So, adopting all of these technologies is also one piece of the entire thing. So ultimately, essentially, we want to give good quality of service, but also not consume as much data unless it's really needed. So I think if you can do all these 3 or 4 things, and the CDNs will really bridge the gap between the data centers and the consumers in an effective way, and then address real issues we are facing right now.
Thank you, Gauri, for actually showing how the ecosystem can work together to kind of address these challenges. And I'll go to Niti. Niti, we are moving a bit, we move from the CDNs to the question on accessibility. For example, if there are challenges on accessibility which needs to be overcome for the broadband adoption in India. Can you elucidate a bit on that?
Thank you, Amrita. And good afternoon. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you to BIF for including me. So, this morning we heard a lot about, firstly, the urban and the rural divide, which is a very stark reality of the country that we live in. We also heard a lot of comments about the quality of experience, quality of services, the digital divide, so to say. Gauri just now mentioned intercity connectivity and the need for us to think about, how to do this in a cost-effective manner, etc. I work with an organization called the Internet Society, where we focus on connecting the unconnected with a particular focus on those who are vulnerable or marginalized. And the way that we do that is through complementary access solutions. I want to focus a little bit on the 2 questions of access and inclusivity while we're thinking about these issues at hand. And I want to focus particularly in the limited time that I have on the issue of fiberization. Of course, with all due respect to the agenda today, 100% we need broadband connectivity and we need FTTH. But in the meantime, also the one question that we must focus on is access and inclusivity. At the moment, according to DEPA data, we see that India has about only 38 or so % of towers that are fiberized. That means that they have fiber connectivity. And the government of India's ambition is to have this reach about 70% by 2024-25. This also, when we relate to counterparts like South Korea, we see that the number there stands at 70%, whereas when we look at the US, Japan, even China, the number goes up to 90%. So we're standing at about the halfway mark, and we have about 1 year to go before we're due to meet our target. Having said that, I think there's this one anecdote that we've often heard in our efforts to connect the unconnected through our work, is where they say, whoever the staff member there is, they're like, "Madam, हमारे issues के बारे में आपने बना तो लिया एक पंचायत और एक मिर्जापुर, but like we haven't been able to really access those with as much ease as you do in your living rooms." So with that in mind, I just wanted to focus on the question of fiberization in the context of everything that's been laid out since the morning, where the three challenges I'd like to highlight before I hand it back to you, Amrita, is the first and foremost is the sort of like funding we need. I was just looking at some statistics very quickly, where I think the funding that we need to be able to reach 100% fiberization stands at about 4.7 lakh crore. There's also the question of timelines, right? Like turnarounds, where if we are to meet our targets by the end of next year, we're expected to lay down fiber cables at about 1250 kilometers per day. And that is juxtaposed against the 351 kilometers per day that we're currently at. And then I know that this has already been alluded to, but the question of coordination across, whether it's federal coordination or whether it's coordination across ministries, where, the ROW rules have been in place since 2016, but then there's very uneven implementation of those, across departments, across ministries. The NHAI has their own rules, multiple states, down at the very grassroots, villages and districts haven't implemented those rules uniformly. Ministry of Defense has its own rules. So I feel like these challenges need to be recognized for what they are when it comes to inclusivity and access. And with that in mind, maybe I'll pause for now while I reserve my interventions and solutions perhaps for later.
Thanks, Niti. Thanks for raising it. And I will go to Suvesh now. She was talking about fiberization, but I want to come to the coastlines and the sea cables with you. We have vast coastlines, and what specific measures can we take to incentivize and expedite the expansion of subsea cable infrastructure, including the development of additional cable landing stations? Of course, we did hear the challenge of the kind of humongous fees which some state governments may be asking for it, but we want to hear from you for the next 4 minutes.
Thank you, Amrita. I'm Suvesh, working with STT and looking after network strategy and edge rollout. Submarine cable is a very interesting topic. Let me start with a question that what are submarine cables being used for today? It has changed a lot from what it was in the last 5 years. We see three key users of submarine cables. The first comes the hyperscalers. They are now controlling the development of submarine cables because they are moving from a domain where they used to buy capacity on multiple cables to a domain where they're acquiring fiber pairs in a submarine cable. Not just one fiber, they're acquiring 1, 2, or even 4 fiber pairs in a submarine cable. Now, if you see the growing landscape, there are 6 new cables coming up. And the hyperscalers are playing a key role in all those cables to the extent that if they are not there, those cables will not be built. Because they are the anchor tenants, they are part of the development team, they bring all the expertise, and they influence how the cable will be built, where they will land, what will be specifications, and so on and so forth. So they are the ones who are influencing and controlling it. The second part of consumers who are using the subsea capacity is for IP transit. Here we see a strong telco play. Today, across India, there is almost somewhere between 100 to 120 terabits of IP transit being used. Is basically now the IP transit is now being closely integrated with the peering strategies. So how effectively you peer with your content providers is what determines how well you can serve your consumers. So in this space, while telcos control it, particularly those telcos that have a mobile operations and those who have FTTH operations. The non-telco ISPs, FTTH, they are dependent on these large telco providers for their peering service, for their IP transits also. The third segment is the sort of a famished segment, I would say, the enterprise segment. Of the total market, the enterprise customers consume even less than 5% today. So if you see across the three categories of consumers, almost 70% is controlled or consumed by hyperscalers for the captive requirement, about 30% for the IP transit providers, and about 25%, and remaining 5% is shared by the enterprise segments. Now, one thing common across these segments is that the submarine cable landing in India is still controlled by the telco providers. And these telco providers, by virtue of being their legacy operations, they put a lot of control that doesn't allow the price optimization to play out as it should play in an open access cable landing. So a common demand from all the new providers is give us open access cable landing so that we are not throttled, we are not cornered, we are not pushed to for a certain price points by the telcos. So in this direction, I see a lot of work being done by the hyperscalers who, by virtue of their money and muscle, are able to get the telcos to create a rational deal where there is some amount of open access being happening. Now, with this, let me come to the main question that Amrita posed: how do we increase the subsea infrastructure? See, today we have got about 18 submarine cables which land in about 14 cable stations, out of which almost 14 cables land in 10 cable stations across Mumbai and Chennai. There are 3 cables landing in Kochi, one in Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram, and one in Tuticorin. But this is not sufficient. The cities which are in fray for cable landing they start from Digha in West Bengal, Puri, Odisha, Vizag in Andhra Pradesh, Puducherry in Tamil Nadu. If you go other side, it's Goa, it's Kochi, and it goes up to Mundra in Gujarat. Now, what's happening is that if the cables are being controlled by the hyperscalers, and if you see the criteria of what hyperscaler looks for a cable landing is the growth of data centers. The very reason why there are most cables are landing in Mumbai is because the most data center growth is happening in Mumbai. Almost 50% of the data center market resides in the Mumbai metropolitan region. Same is Chennai, though the share is about 17 going towards 20, they still are the dominant players. Now, if you look at the other states, let's take example of say Digha. Digha has been talked about for the last 5-6 years that Digha is a great place. They should land a cable, take it to Calcutta. The question is, where will this cable from Digha go to? It lands in Digha, understandable. Where will it go to? It can go to 2 places, either a location in India or a location outside. Now, in India, we still don't have this concept of domestic submarine cable. So from a policy perspective, one thing that we need to facilitate greater use of distribution of internet bandwidth with lands in Mumbai and Chennai, maybe a system of domestic cables, so that the capacity lands in Chennai or in Mumbai can be taken to places like Vizag, Puducherry, or even up to Digha. The second is the cable can go to Singapore directly. Now, the demand is not sufficient to have a direct cable from Digha to Singapore or Vizag to Singapore or maybe Puducherry to Singapore. So where does it go to? So these branch submarine cables have to connect with the main submarine cable which lands in Chennai. Thankfully, most of the new cables which are being built do have a branching unit attached to those cables to allow a branch to go in. What happens is that who will pay for the branch? So from Chennai to Vizag is 600 kilometers. And if you consider $40,000 per kilometer, the construction charge is $24 million. Digha is double that amount. So even though all the providers have planned for a branch cable to say Vizag or to Digha as they show in the cable maps, no one has really invested in it. So we got to push for some means. Either we incentivize more data center development to happen, or we incentivize in some other form so that it happen, or we wait for a hyperscaler to make a first mover advantage and go and bullishly invest in a cable branch that goes to Digha. Now, it's not sufficient for a cable to land in Digha alone. Digha is about 180 kilometers from Kolkata. And to backhaul that capacity from Digha to Kolkata, you require 4 diverse routes. So you require a huge amount of terrestrial network built from Digha to take the capacity to data centers across Kolkata. Same is true for Vizag. Vizag by itself does not have a data center. You have to go to Hyderabad where all the data center build is happening. Vizag to Hyderabad is 600 kilometers. 4 routes, 2,400 kilometers. Who will pay for the build? Individually, no provider will do it. Collectively, it may happen. Someone may have to join hands with the hyperscalers to build, or hyperscalers themselves may have to build, because they are seeing the fact that if all the cables land in Chennai, then it's a single point of failure. So recently there's a cable fault in a CME5 cable system. Thankfully it doesn't land in India, but our neighbors are impacted with it. So they may be... Oh, I would expect it. Okay. Yeah. So one thing which we want to see is that the policy incentives to create more data centers and policy incentives for domestic cables to take these capacities to other countries. One last point I'll leave you with, which is a visualization of submarine cable, which is the effective capacity. When we look at a cable system, we say it's got 16 fiber pairs, each pair 20 terabits, it's a great thing. But when you ask the question, how many of these fiber pairs are effectively used for the Indian broadband market, the picture is very different. I'll take one example and conclude. There's a cable from Mumbai, Chennai, Singapore. It's 16 fiber pairs. There are 4 consortium members who built it. 3 are hyperscalers, 1 is the Indian telco. There's equal participation. Everyone put in the same amount of money, so each got 4 fiber pairs. So 12 fiber pairs with the hyperscalers are for the captive use. Doesn't impact the Indian broadband market. The 4 pairs which the telco has are used for it. The telco is going to use 2 pairs for its own captive broadband requirement. So it boils down to 2 fiber pairs, which will eventually be monetized to offer broadband services to the effective market. So even though there are a lot of cables being built, the effective usable capacity available in those cables is less, which means we need to build more cables. It has to be in whichever form or shape. We have to create policies, incentives for this cable system to be built. That's all for now. Maybe in the second round, something more.
Thank you so much. Very important points which you raised, the domestic cables and, having a more robust data center strategy, which kind of links with the, where the cable landing station, so that at least there is some synergy in how the data flows. So I'll move to you, Mr. Das, as in, slightly different because we are looking at it from different perspectives. So are there any policy and regulatory initiatives which you think is required for ensuring the quality of service and quality of experience for customers for achieving a robust, reliable and resilient connectivity inside a particular building? I think you have some concrete steps which you want to share, but...
Thank you, Amrita, and good afternoon, everybody. In the morning session, we had, right from the chief guest onwards, everybody else talking about the importance of digital infrastructure as the bedrock for all our dreams of digital India and are getting integrated with the global world. So in this context of digital infrastructure, it being a bedrock and basic, I thought I mentioned to Amrita that the same applies in the context of digital connectivity infrastructure for buildings and the kind of quality of service and quality of experience that the consumers very rightly can demand and expect. And the fact that while some progress has been made, I believe we have a far way to go. So I think it is in that context that I thought that I'll share with you a kind of 4 or 5 points which come to mind, which should be implementable and which should be implemented. So, for example, first and foremost, we have been talking about home broadband, and we have been saying that digital connectivity is fundamental and the infrastructure is very, very important. It should be given the same importance in that case as we give to electricity and water. In a building, electricity and water is mandated, which means that no building will be passed by the concerned authorities unless and until it has been verified and checked out for electricity and water. It is in that sense the same should apply to digital infrastructure. That is the digital connectivity infrastructure installed or not? Is it to the requisite standards? Is it in line with the BIS standards? Is it in line with the design evaluations report? In short, it should go through the same rigor as it would for any other process before it is approved. And that approval itself should be made mandatory. My recommendation, and as a team we have been thinking about it in BIF, that we are recommending that it should be made mandatory. It should not be something which is your choice. While we have this whole business of center and state, that this is more of a state subject, so the center can at best make a recommendation. But I think we have to find a mechanism by which it becomes something which is mandatory and which is necessary for even the state governments to ensure that it is brought into the bylaws. I said that some progress has been made because the model bylaws as instituted at the central level have been approved for ensuring that digital connectivity is there. But having said that, to ensure that the states do it and to ensure that it is incorporated in the state bylaws and then it is actually ensured and implemented by the approving authorities when any building comes up is quite a task. So first and foremost, it should be made mandatory. Second is to how to make it happen. And to make it happen, I think there is a lot of awareness building which is required to ensure that people understand the importance of it, the approving authorities. And this has to be done not only, for example, this building bylaws amendment at the central level happened in March 22. Now we are sitting in 24, 2 years have gone by. But to what extent have we been able to ensure that all India this happens? So far about 10 states have adopted it. But then there are so many other states who have yet to do that. So it's a big job. And it is not something which can happen overnight. But making it mandatory will definitely be a specific help. On top of that, holding conferences, meetings, workshops, building up the momentum, and ensuring that multi-stakeholders participate in the process, and it is not a DOT process only or TRAI. It becomes a movement that if we have to have quality of service and if we have to have quality of experience, it is very necessary that the concerned stakeholders all participate in it. And the stakeholders are not only the DOT and the TRAI, the stakeholders are the building owners themselves. The stakeholders are the various architects, etc., and the experts who have evaluated the building. So we should try to see that at the state level, we have bodies which, in fact, recommended right up to the NDCP 2018 level, that we must have local bodies which do the approvals. And if it does not happen, then there has to be a mechanism where somebody puts his foot down and approves it and clears it. And in that, I found that recently some of our team members had visited the Gift City near Ahmedabad. And there it is an object example of smart buildings having come up. And with all the digital connectivity and almost like ideal. Now, if that is so, how has it happened? It has happened primarily because the whole process has been well coordinated and there's a single body which provides the approvals. So if there is any learning process involved, I think we have a learning process available in the country as to how that can be expanded and made relevant for all such approvals which are required. So I think that is topic number one, that we must have a mandate to ensure that the quality of service and experience as demanded and expected by a consumer is fulfilled by a mechanism and a process. So that is point number one. Linked with that is that the whole concept of defining what is a digital connectivity infrastructure, which includes active and passive elements, and which together constitute an integration with the physical infrastructure, is something which the TRAI has recommended way back. They have recommended, last recommendation I believe, somewhere around August of 23. And more recently in April of 24, I mean just very recently, they have recommended that all kinds of infrastructure should be shared. Now these recommendations are gathering dust. How do we ensure that decisions are taken? The Telecom Act, which visualizes a form of licensing which is no longer the current licensing method, but also what they call authorization, which I believe will be some form of simplified licensing. That has also yet to see the light of day. It happened in December 23, 6 months have gone by. If we want to be in a motion of making it happen, then we have not made it happen as yet. So I think these are the kinds of policy initiatives which are required, where policies have been enunciated, but they have not been implemented. And if you do not implement them, then how do we give the consumer his rightful requirement of quality of experience? So these are 2-3 things which together, if taken in the right spirit, and we make it happen, that I believe are genuine consumer expectation and our own ability to be able to make it happen, get done. Because in buildings, the issue I am not elaborating in terms of right of way and the larger issue of fiber laying across the country and so on. I'm talking of from the curb to the building and from the building to the internal flats.
Right.
Now, in that context, what is involved more is the what do you call the RWAs, resident welfare associations, the property builders, all these people are new stakeholders. They are not even very conversant with the telecom aspects. We have to involve them, and we have to have committees which can function in a manner such that we are able to implement what we are talking about. I
Right.
think that's
Thank
the point I wanted to make.
Right.
Thank
Thank you, sir. I see the clock. We have 15 minutes. If we could increase it by another 10 minutes, if possible. Huh? Please, okay, right. Thank you so much. So you'll have 3 minutes for the second round because we also have to take some questions from the audience. So the question for you, I asked you, Gauri, earlier also, is what do we need to do to ensure the infrastructure is secure? Because I think the security is also important. So how do we look at that? And the other is, what is your wish list when we are talking about a national broadband mission for internet access to all? So from the CDN perspective, for having more, what is the kind of wish list you have in 3 minutes?
Let me touch upon the security first, important one. But I'll spend a minute as a consumer. A couple of weeks ago, I actually, very nice message flashed on my iPhone saying that, hey, your IDs, your user credentials have been found in some data breach. You probably have been compromised. Can you go and check, and reset your passwords? I went to the database, which is a genuine message. It came from Apple's iPhone. So I said, okay, let me go really see this, right? There's something really going on with it. Honestly, I looked at it. It showed me some 30 to 40 applications or websites that I've been using over the years. Some I registered myself. Those days, it's not like every registration was a unique ID and password. A lot of debt got created in the last 15, 20 years. There's so much of the places I subscribed and then I had my passwords. When this data breach thing came and I looked at those 25, 30 applications and websites, some are actually bank websites, some are actually my insurance websites, some are actually the ones that I've not used as much, but maybe a long time ago. It took about a couple of hours for me to clean that up, enable multi-factor authentication, and then make sure that I'm actually having all the things well covered and safe, right? Just so that whole experience is telling us, even people are really aware of security threats. Don't pay as much attention because things have been there for years, where you actually build this technical debt. Now, every good is followed by evil stuff, right? So as we are pushing for this, gigabit network and more internet adoption and more consumption, more applications being used on the internet, that's really going to, have equal implications on the security side. So it's very important for us as we, for consumers to really be aware of these security threats and then actually do something about it. So I think those need to go really hand in hand, not just about go push for the infrastructure. We have to push for infrastructure along with security because that's such a big gap in the system today, not just in India, globally. That said, your question about, hey, what do we need to do really infrastructure, safeguard our infrastructure? It could be individual, it could be, the ISPs, TSPs, it could be large enterprises, right? I think there are some as there's so much of investment has already happened by these enterprises and then all these large corporations to really secure their, the applications and website. And we are entrusting them because we are putting all our data in those, big hyperscalers and big enterprise, their applications, right? So we need to make sure that the security architectures and security postures these enterprises are actually taking are just critical and in line with what the today's security threats are. Security landscape is quickly changing. There is so much around zero trust architecture. Every company, every big organization need to look at, hey, how that zero trust architecture applies to me. Now, am I actually doing all of these right things or not? There's things around micro segmentation architecture. There's so much of technology that's available, although not full. That's another issue, though. It's not all these technologies one need to really look at in isolation. Today, there's no one integrated security platform for large enterprises where you can just go and then buy and say, I'm safe and secure. Fortunately, that's not the case today. But for large enterprises, they have the responsibility because we are putting all our data and all our access in those large enterprise applications and whatnot. So, absolutely. So, I think how are they really safeguarding, applying the right security architectures, consumer awareness. I think if you can take all of these things together along with the adoption of the internet and then high speed, the applications and services, I think it'll go a long way in really addressing the real need in the market.
Right. Thank you, Gauri. I think that's very important that it's not a 0-1 game. Everyone has to work together. And when enterprises are actually taking care of the security, even their vendors have to. We see Solar Wind and others where the intrusion happened at the vendor level and it went into the enterprise. Niti, I'll come to you. You spoke about fiberization, inclusion, accessibility. But what do we need to do now to actually go where we want to go? What are the steps you would think in 3 minutes?
So I don't think that there's a neat cookie cutter answer to that really. And a lot has already been spoken about where, cooperation is concerned, more coordination between various entities concerned. The one sort of like key question I just raise for everyone to consider is that we have about 78,000 crores lying unutilized in our USOF, not now called Digital Nidhi. But can we think about earmarking some of that for fiberization that can act as a stopgap mechanism or a complementary mechanism with broadband connectivity for households with FTTH? Philippines is a very good example of a country that's actively considering and has also started using its USOF for this purpose. The other thing I'd like to also raise is, when I said that we work on complementary access solutions, is, really thinking about community networks or, smaller IXPs sort of supporting the overall commercial infrastructure. Because the market will go where it makes most sense for them, where profits are to be had. But in the process, if there are marginalized communities and if there are underserved, underconnected communities who aren't sort of like the market's target audience, then like what do we do about that? So these two interventions, which like are kind of like our focus areas, I'd like to maybe raise. But it would be good to also hear thoughts from everyone in this room, with your collective experience and wisdom about the USOF and its implementation, utilization.
Right. Thanks, Niti, for this. So, Vish, you actually mentioned a lot about, opening up, encouraging more data centers to come up where, you have the submarine landing cables, etc. So, if we are looking at, growing the submarine cables or growing it in such a way that it makes business sense, it makes sense in all aspects, what needs to be done apart from what? Do you have anything else you think needs to be done, or is there any other point which you perhaps missed you would want to add in this
Interesting
discussion?
question. I'll touch upon two initiatives. There was a cable system called Chennai Andaman Cable System, which was built by BSNL using USO funds that Niti mentioned. This cable was built about 4 years back. Now BSNL is planning to build a Puri to Port Blair cable system. Now this cable system, which was initially built between Chennai and Andaman, had 4 fiber pairs. There was industry representation to say, why are you building 4 pairs? Build it for 12 or 16. The marginal cost increase is about 20 to 25%. But somehow those representations were not heard. But this time, if they're building a Puri to Andaman cable system, please build it for not 4 pairs, but for 16 pairs at least. Let the 4 pairs be used to provide redundancy to the Chennai Andaman cable system. The remaining 12 pairs can be offered on a cost plus basis to the market. Because it's built by BSNL, they can implement open access technologies. There is no telco stranglehold on that. And once you reach Port Blair, the interesting thing is all the other South Asian countries are within 1,000 kilometers from there. Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Myanmar. So if it becomes a major gateway for capacity aggregation, it will encourage other providers to build cable systems, because if they want to build from Chennai, they have to build a 3,200 kilometers cable system to reach Chennai. They build from Port Blair, they have to build 1,200 kilometers, a big difference. That's one initiative that can happen. Second is, back in India, once the submarine capacity lands on the shores, everyone is dependent on the telcos to backhaul that capacity to wherever their ISP POPs are, wherever their nodes are. Now, this telco dependency has to go away to a certain extent. It can't be eliminated for sure, but to some extent. Now I see that a lot of the mid-sized and large-sized ISPs are building their own fiber infrastructure in cities, and that they're also exploring connectivity to nearby cities. Now, if these ISPs could collaborate in a way that they share the infrastructure with others in the cities where they dominate, then they can easily build a fairly large and dense network which is not dependent on the telco providers. They can create their own dynamics of sharing, and the unit cost economics that comes out of it will be much more attractive compared to buying 100G wavelengths or 10G wavelengths on telco networks. These are the two initiatives I wanted to touch upon.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful. As in, such examples do help, and I do know that BIF has rapporteurs who are actually taking notes of these sessions, and perhaps it could go into the report. Mr. Das, I would like to ask you again from the policy standpoint. What do you think needs to be done to facilitate seamless and greater infrastructure sharing, given the result, so that you have cost efficiency also, something which he was alluding with a different example.
No, I think for all of us, the sharing of infrastructure makes a lot of sense. And we have been promoting this concept of sharing. In fact, India has been a leader in sharing way back in 2005 when we initiated sharing. So the concept in the context of what we are discussing, buildings and so on, it will mean digital infrastructure has to be defined, which is both active and passive elements. There is a big debate in the country of what is active and what is passive. I mean, not the definition, but who will do it. So this who will do it has to be sorted out by saying that it is the DCIP who will do it, with the digital connectivity infrastructure provider. So this active passive debate has to go away, and it has to be encompassed in the concept of DCIP. And if you are a digital connectivity infrastructure provider, it is your business to do that. And if you do that, then you convert that into a win-win proposition where everybody should gain. First of all, the DCIP must ensure that he is neutral. So we have developed the concept of a neutral infrastructure provider who provides on equitable terms to all the service providers, multiple service providers. The terms have to be similar, and by ensuring that there is no special terms to any one party, by the mere fact that you are neutral, you are enjoined to ensure that the terms are similar to all. So that is topic number one, that if you can make that. So it's an advantage to the infrastructure provider. He has multiple service providers with him. It's an advantage to the operator because he doesn't have to go through the rigmarole of setting up a whole infrastructure, which is a very tough job, and getting the approvals and permissions. He has a ready-made infrastructure, and anybody can share that. So that becomes an advantage to the operator, and it is a benefit to the consumer because it gives him a choice. Because everybody does not have, fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have too many service providers at the moment. There are 2 or 3. But whatever it is, to 2 or 3 may become ISPs and many other players. They can all have the benefit of being able to share. So basic digital connectivity infrastructure, which includes active and passive, is very much part of the TRAI recommendations. They go back to August 23. Again, we are sitting on it. So I am looking at the government as a facilitator to take decisions. And if they take those decisions, then I'm sure this sharing is a wonderful thing which will help all concerned, and it is a win-win proposition because all stakeholders stand to gain. And on top of that, we should build up a sense of competitiveness. And rating of buildings is again something which has been recommended by the TRAI, that you should enthuse competition amongst the building owners. Well, when you do that, by itself it leads to improvement because everybody competes. So I think these 1 or 2 steps are fundamentally decision steps. It's no big deal. It's not that some very big issue is there. It's a question of deciding. And if you decide, then there'll be a whole lot of DCIPs. Today we have as many as 1,500 IP1s who are infrastructure providers. Now you can't say that all the 1,500 should become DCIPs. Obviously some form of regulation is required, and a light touch regulation called authorization has already been recommended in the Telecom Act itself. 6 months have gone by, we are still not deciding. So I think the issue is of deciding very forward-looking steps which have already been recommended by the TRAI. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. So this is question time. We'll take 3 questions. Raise your hand. I can see Arun's hand. We'll take the 3 questions, and Arun, if you could identify yourself and whom you're directing the question. And if anyone has Another question, we'll take the 3 questions together to save time. Yeah, Arun, you can go ahead.
Hi, sir. My question is to Suesh Chattopadhyay, sir. I'm Arundeep from The Hindu. You had mentioned that problem about cable landing stations being exclusively owned by Indian telcos.
Telcos, yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the impact of that situation is? That's the first thing. Second is on quantity, right? You mentioned how many cables landing stations we have. Is it sufficient even for where we are at now or in the next 2 years, or do you think that our capacity needs to scale up significantly? That's a general question.
Let me answer one by one. The first question is, what does it take to become a cable landing station? How does it a bottleneck, right? First of all, to land a cable, the party which needs to have 2 things. First is the ILD license. Secondly, he has to be a landing service provider. He has to be part of that group which is building that cable, and he provides a cable landing service. Now, this involves building a cable landing infrastructure. Roughly speaking, a cable landing station today costs somewhere around $5 million. Give or take 5 or 10%. So someone who has the capacity to invest that money and tolerate the fact that his returns will come over the next 5 to 8 years can only build a cable station. Now, when the telco builds a cable station, he is from a regulatory standpoint, he is the one who can provide the capacity breakout from that cable system. So he has the right to, he determines what kind of money he will charge the cable landing providers. In India, we had a system of charging RIO or reference interconnect charges. Though the relevance of RIO is not there anymore, but because of legacy practices, the telcos still try to charge that. This is one of the biggest negotiation points in open cable landing. The hyperscalers are constantly saying that don't charge it. At least from my side, I did a deal 3 years back for a cable system where I convinced our management that don't charge this RIO. Let go of that. And thankfully, the management agreed, and we signed a landing contract in Mumbai for a cable by not charging RIO. But that doesn't set a rule for the industry because everyone has independence to decide. So this is the reason why telcos who are investing in building the cable station, who are from a regulatory standpoint, own all the fiber pairs in the cable system, are still able to throttle the pricing, how the fiber pair breaks out, what happens to it. Now, going to the second question, the other cable landing is sufficient or not. Usually, a cable station is built to accommodate 4 cable landings. That's more of a global standard. So even in India also, you will find a lot many cable stations which are landing up to 2. Maybe there's 1 or 2 which land 3, but in India, the system has been that beyond 2, they prefer to build another cable station. But nonetheless, a cable station can roughly, they're designed to handle 4 cable landing stations. So if you have got, say, 14 cable landing stations, into 4 is the number of cables, which is quite sufficient for the next 10 years to accommodate new cables that come on board. Now the question is, if 4 cable landing stations are landing in 1 cable station, it is also considered to be a single point of failure. Many times the hyperscalers insist that I don't want to land in your cable station, build a new station for me. They're calling the shots, so the telcos build a new cable station because the entire consortium pays for that. It's a shared investment by all the consortium members. So there are a lot of new cable stations which are landing only 1 cable system. So both the things are happening, shared cable landing or a dedicated cable landing station. Okay. Was I able to address your query? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from anyone? Yeah. And I also have a question for you. What about the security of the deep sea cables? Because that's also a concern these days. Sorry, out of syllabus, but I thought I'll ask.
But if you see the architecture of submarine cables, for the first 1,000 meters, till the water depth reaches 1,000 meters, the cable is buried. They're buried at about 1.5 to 2 meters. In the recent cable which are being built, they're buried about 3 to 4 meters. So there's physical safeties there. When the cable goes in deep seas beyond water depth of 1,000 meters, it is laid free on the cable. Because ocean currents are so strong that if they're anchored on the seabed, there'll be forces developing which will disrupt the cable. So generally, cybersecurity risk of submarine cables is not something that we experience, at least in India. I mean, given the Red Sea conflict and all, we are seeing a lot of talks around these topics. But at least in India, there hasn't been a concern that someone will come and snap the cable or put a sensor to sense the data. That's not been the case so far. Because all the data is encrypted as such. The optical equipment, both they encrypt the data, and then end users can then and then add another layer of encryption on top of it also. So there's optical level encryption between the 2 points, and there's a data level encryption by the ultimate end users.
Right.
So those
Ronak,
threats
you
are
have a
not very.
question. Last
Hi.
question.
Hi.
Yes.
Ronak from Extreme X. Gauri, this is to you. So if at all we achieve this dream of connecting every household to wireline broadband by 2030, this means significant amount of data that is going to be required. Along those lines, government is also working to to remove the digital divide. So there will be more participation from device levels. So from 2011 census, we have 5,000 rural areas which have more than 5,000 households. Considering by 2030 the capacity consumed by broadband provider would be 30 Mbps, we are talking about in this rural area of 5,000 households, 150 gigs of traffic going towards the houses. Now this makes CDNs, CDNs will have to be present in that locality to be able to serve the content. Now this is 5,000 localities we're talking about. Now given that there are capex level constraints that CDNs are currently facing, how do you go about putting CDNs at so many locations in India?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think as the data is growing at such a fast pace, and then and we are pushing for this 1 gig sort of the infrastructure every household, it is going to really increase the data consumption, right? So one challenge is, I think one of the reasons why the CDNs find this being a challenging thing from a capex standpoint is all these 5,000 households just don't use one service provider, right? They may be using 10 different broadband providers. So that basically is, in a way, is pushing you, if you really want to address the need of those 5,000 households in that village or town, and there are 10 providers that are actually giving the internet service, CDNs cannot effectively cache such a content, because now the cache, the content is spread across 10 different providers, being used by different consumers. That's where I was actually pushing for the point around the internet exchanges as deep as possible. If you build such internet exchanges, and if all those 10, 20 broadband operators giving service in that village or city are interconnected in that public infrastructure, I can easily put a caching service that is capex wise, gives good ROI for me. So absolutely, that's right. That's a problem we have in India, honestly. But we got to find a way to solve it. But CDNs will come forward as the entire ecosystem matures, and we are able to build that public infrastructure, connectivity, pairing in remote towns and villages. CDN will come forward to really address the need.
Thank you so much. I think we are drawing to a close. I would only give one sentence to each of you. Right now, it's like a tweet. I don't know what you call it, since Twitter has become X, and I would still call it a tweet. So I will start with you, sir. Any sentence you want to say, concluding remark?
I just want to say, let's make it happen. I mean, there are many opportunities, and all you have to do is make it happen.
Gauri?
No, I think absolutely. I think the economy going forward is going to be knowledge-based economy. And internet is going to play such a crucial role, and then the consumption of the data is really going to be the quality of service and consumption of data is going to just go through the roof. So absolutely, we have to do everything possible to make that that vision come true.
Thank you. As Sadas has said, let us make it happen, and then everybody's role is very important, whether it is policymaker, regulator, service providers, vendors and entrepreneur, and even household. Everybody's role is important. If we want to move forward, we have to move collectively and in sync together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the internet is the most democratizing technology that we've ever had, actually. It places power in the hands of every single person who uses it. So let's make sure that when we're growing the internet, we're doing it equitably and inclusively.
I would say let's collaborate, share, and make the magic happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. I think the key takeaways, they summed it up in the last line. We have solutions, we have players in the ecosystem. Everyone is a player. We need to work collaboratively. We have some solutions. They need to be implemented. If we don't, we really need to go back to our drawing boards together, see where we can synergize together and get some results. Magics will only happen when we make it happen. So yes, and some light touch regulation also does help this ecosystem. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I request our panel to kindly come together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are having a quick 10 minutes tea coffee break, after which we straight away move into the valedictory session. So I would request everybody to kindly be seated back in time. And may I invite on stage our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Rakesh Maheshwari, former Scientist G Group Coordinator, Mighty Session Chairman and Moderator. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting our eminent panelists, Mr. Dipender Manocha, Managing Director, Saksham. Inviting Mr. Rajiv Khattar, Consultrak Associates. Inviting Mr. Sharad Arora, CEO and Founder, Mashmari. And Mr. Osama Manzar, Founder and Director, DEF. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the valedictory session on drivers of digital transformation in India. And this session is dedicated to analyze demand side drivers, as in the absence of right content, it will be difficult for customers to go for high speed. And before I hand over to our chairperson and moderator of the session, a few words of introduction. Shri Rakesh Maheshwari is an independent expert in the area of cyber laws and tech policy. Retired from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MIT, after 35 years as Senior Director and Group Coordinator, Cyber Law and Data Governance. Has handled more than 400 court cases at all levels representing government interest, including in the Supreme Court and various high courts across the country. Has been the guest faculty for eminent organizations like LBSNA, Missouri, Indian Police Academy, Hyderabad, IIPA, Delhi, Judicial Academy, etc. And may I now invite you, sir, to kindly begin the proceedings with your opening remarks and then moderate the session.
Yeah, thank you, madam. And thanks a lot to Broadband India Forum for inviting me to this particular program and share our collective thoughts on the demand side. If we have to talk in terms of creating the digital infrastructure for Bharat, the path to achieve a gigabit to every household. I was party to the just concluded session, and we, during that particular session, talked about India's capability in terms of having the highest per capita consumer of mobile broadband data. In fact, lots of transformational changes have happened, I'll say, in last couple of years. We are talking today of a $5 trillion economy, and ITES is going to have a significant contribution there. We have almost, we have a portal called as eTal, where transactions are recorded, and as per that particular portal, digital transactions, as of today, about 88 crore digital transactions happen per day in India, vis-a-vis about 1 crore transactions that used to happen around 10 years back. We have large number of CSCs in place. We have mobile infrastructure. In fact, in place, we have lots of public digital infrastructure available as of today, which can provide the foundational services. In fact, just today also was there in the newspaper that even government is contemplating to club all these DPIs together in one single platform. So that means a lot of things are changing. Of course, with change of technologies, We have a lot of OTT content available today. We have emerging technologies like artificial intelligence coming up. We have metaverse coming up, online gaming, and lots of AR, VR content is going to get generated. So that means maybe while there is a lot of potential of applications, which is what we are going to hear from our fellow panelists today, the fact remains, and this is what was conveyed in earlier, I'll say, sessions as well, that beyond a point, the broadband as is being provided by the mobile network may not be sufficient enough. And this is where, while India can boast of maybe more than 90 crore broadband connections, the fact remains that we just have practically about 3 crore connections on the fixed line. And if we have to talk of gigabit economy and have a vision of gigabit economy, gigabit being available in every household, there is a lot to be done in this particular area. I'm told session 1 particularly concentrated on as to what are the challenges and what are the constraints, and what should be the way, it should be taken forward. Of course, in session 2, I was there, wherein we talked about the I'll say intermediate kind of infrastructure, which also needs to be there to support this cause, either in terms of data centers or in terms of CDNs or in terms of the submarine cables and the corresponding infrastructure and cybersecurity related aspects which need to be there to be able to sustain the infrastructure which can be provided. The focus of this particular session, therefore, is on the demand side, and whether do we really have that kind of demand from the users to be able to demand the kind of gigabit connectivity that we are looking for. And it is in this connection that I have the eminent, I'll say, panelists with us today. Dr. Deependra Manocha ji, Managing Director, Saksham, an alumnus of Delhi University and a firm believer in Braille and digital literacy, has a passion to work for a mission for providing information and content in accessible formats with persons with print disability. Mr. Manocha ji is presently Director of Developing Countries Program and Lead of Training and Tech Support with DAISY Consortium. And DAISY Consortium, those, in fact, I am also learning in the process, is an international consortium with a vision to have people having equal access to information and knowledge regardless of disability that they have. Mr. Sharad Arora ji is the CEO and founder Mashmari. Sharad is an international expert in telecom, security, IoT, and e-learning, and he has contributed to several national and international technical committees and working groups involved with the standardization of ICT. Sharad is currently presently, as part of Mashmari. He is working to develop solutions and services for education in remote and rural areas and developing skills in strategic capability areas using ICTs and new engagement models. Thank you, Sharadji. We have Mr. Rajiv Khattar, Consultruck Associates. Mr. Rajiv Khattarji is a seasoned professional in the field of satellite, broadcast, and cable industry. He holds an experience of more than 3 decades in the industry and has held senior level positions as Executive Vice President, City Network Cables, President Dish TV India, President ABS Global Satellite and Operator, and naturally having held the corporate positions across various companies, he has rich experience in terms of business as well as the regulatory environments. And of course, he also represents as a member in BIS technical committees on audio, visual, audio, video, and multimedia committees. And finally, Dr. Osama Manzarji, founder and director of Digital Empowerment Foundation, a person at the cusp of rights, access, and meaningful content, as a senior Ashoka Fellow, British Chevening Scholar, and International Visitors Leader Program Fellow of the US State Department. Had been a journalist for some time before starting the Digital Empowerment Foundation in 2002, which works on access to rights and rights to access. He has been part of empowering more than 35 million people, primarily in the rural side, has been instrumental in various policy and impact activities like India's National Digital Literacy Mission, PM Disha program, banning of free basics in India, liberalizing ISP licensing through PM Vani, and is on the board of many, I'll say, committees and further, of course, we'll be hearing from him. So he writes, of course, he also writes regularly in coming from the journalist background. He also writes and has a regular write-up in Mint. So thank you, Manzarji. Now, as we mentioned that maybe the focus of this particular session is on the demand side, on the application side, as to what do we have the right application ecosystem in place so that the consumers can actually consume the high bandwidth as and when it becomes available to them. Do we have really the use cases? Are we really able to maybe take care of the digital divide that we had been talking once again in the previous session also? And at this stage, therefore, my question to you, Mr. Sharad Aroraji, that the literacy rate in rural India is just over 67% compared to 84% in urban India. While there may be many factors affecting the equitable education, for example, reduction in quality of teachers, facility, etc., I am sure there is a role which internet and broadband access can play to achieve this equitable education for all. And that is where I request you to kindly elaborate on it and also convey as to what can be the specific use cases for internet in education that can bridge this gap. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, BIF. Thank you, sir, for having us here. I would like to, with your permission, take the screen,
sure,
if it is possible. I'll perhaps be able to use
Sharad
maybe
Aroraji
a
will
couple
make
of
a
slides
short, sweet
just
presentation
to,
as well.
actually, just to answer the question. But to bring it here, excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So I am very much answering that question, but just after a small hiatus, it's going to help. As he said, I'm here. Yeah. Okay. This mic. Hello. Is this okay? Okay. Good. So I've been in telecoms for more than 28 years now, and now exclusively dedicated to education and capacity building in the remote and rural. The thing I just want to highlight is that education and learning in India are non-discretionary expenses. The question that you are asking, sir, is there a demand? The question that must be answered straight away is yes. There is no question about that, and I will try to state that this inequality was so much center stage when COVID struck us. Sorry, word pandemic is a better one. And here are some completely simple, normal, commonsensical facts that robbing a child of an opportunity is the biggest crime. You hand a handicap for a lifetime. That internet is the biggest source of all knowledge and information today. It surpasses any university that you can think of. And of course, rural and remote area connectivity and services, they require very specific attention to ensure this equitable distribution. And that everybody knows that internet usage in the rural is outstripping the growth in the urban. So all of this is clear. I just want to make my point simple, that rural is not equal to poor. And the way the economy is, if we want to be the sitting on that top 3 economies table 10 years from now, we must change the way we look at connectivity and services. And we must also try to distinguish this, that you see cricket, you see Indian Idol, you get the best singers, the best cricketers from those places which you have never heard of before. So there is no, it's not that there is any dearth of evidence that you do get competence and everything else that you need. But I think we rely so much more on USOF, which as a discussion must, in my opinion, stop. Because is there a business model? Yes, there is a business model. It's out there. That question should not be asked. And we have done this several times about discovering, and Mr. Gupta is sitting here without his permission first, but now with his permission. Just before this session, I'm presenting what he's been saying to the industry for a long time, and I have got no truck with him. He runs his own company, and I just know him from 30 years in the field. But this is what is needed, that there has to be a method for the local entrepreneur to deliver local services at business models that can make him some money, make some services locally, and also provide the economy what it needs. These services are not limited to education only, although I speak about education right now, and I'll dwell upon that answer specifically. But these services are distributed across agriculture, veterinary services, and so many more. The issue is this new digital services. We took education for an example, and 2 years later, we have this map that you have to give me a short connectivity, e-learning infra, a dedicated teaching assistant, not a teacher. It's clear we cannot provide teachers. It's clear the world cannot provide teachers of the nature that are required. We are already behind by 4 million teachers. And with the way the technology is evolving, chances that we will keep up with training teachers is absolutely zero. It will have to be digital. And as a result, a teaching assistant, local content. So local content, 18 languages in this country. If you go all the way to the tribes, then so many more. What has to be done is content has to be created locally. And I have a model that is clearly showing up there. So we've been trying to work with tribal departments and answering the question. You only need 2 classrooms. Okay, one can teach English, one can teach STEM. What has to happen is, for the local children, they need to be taught STEM in local language. For that to happen, what has to happen? Please, this is common sense, that the local teacher has to be able to teach. Local teachers also 1 in 10 gram panchayats. So you are looking at a model in which the local teacher has a camera in the home and can teach 10 gram panchayats schools locally. This is where Mr. Gupta's model comes in, that the tower, the data center, and the applications are hosted in the local area. So the mobile edge computing, MEC, the 3GPP standard becomes relevant, that the tower has to host everything. It has to be the local switch, it has to be the local bridge, it has to be the local cloud. And I think there are so many of these veterinary services, health services, education services, but this is one I know of. And I presented this to IEEE saying that since we can't get rid of the 3GPP licenses and all the spectrum hassles, why can't we make a Wi-Fi standard? Wi-Fi is free. So please get involved with making a Wi-Fi standard so you backhaul 3GPP or Wi-Fi. There are these kind of involvements. And of course, then if you look at what is put up on the board, taking an online class. This is specifically related to education. Searching the web, checking an email, completing a multiple choice question, music streaming, video streaming. I just mapped out all the capacities and the bandwidth that you require. And I asked this question in a previous session: give me one gram panchayat, okay, one gram panchayat where you allow me to run 260 days of 4 classes uninterrupted. The answer is 0. As a result, what you need is a local service provider who can offer a guaranteed quality of service. You need the last mile connection. So I just want everybody to really just pay attention to one part. The policies and the licenses are all fine, they're working fine for the 140 million people that we are. But if you want to take services to local, you have to pay attention to building services locally, and that will require many things, including, for instance, in empowering that digital business, you will need to have a local actor. That local actor needs to be able to do the last mile network, BSS, use case orchestration, and also the service delivery capability. If I'm offering veterinary services, I have to bring the veterinary person from wherever he is, set up some kind of a video conference, get the network to work, and deliver that as a service. I need to empower this entrepreneur. And for that, whatever is required for digital infra, whatever is required to deliver the quality of service, registration, licensing, all that should be paid attention to and done. And I think that is what is going to make this happen, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So that means we have to think of alternate models as well. And definitely a lot of content, local content, can be created and distributed locally. With this, I turn to Dr. Dipendra Manochaji. Manochaji, you have been closely working on accessibility technologies. How are accessibility technologies going to shape the future of broadband adoption in your view?
Thank you so much, and special thanks to BIF and this panel to include this subject about, including persons with disabilities in this mainstream discussion. I think that's a very, very good way forward. Often I would want to, replace the word disability with diversity, because I think disability is nothing more than, one of the diversities of several diversities that we have to address when we are dealing with any question. Our society is made up of several diversities, and each diversity needs certain reasonable accommodations to be able to operate so-called normally. To be able to operate within the society and to be able to perform regular general functions, including education and economic empowerment and livelihood, etc. We all need these reasonable accommodations, each diversity. And like, for example, the term which was used while introducing me, print disability. It's not talking about just blindness, low vision. Anybody who cannot read print because of any reason is a person with print disability. Now this becomes a huge definition. You'll be surprised that the way, if we are creating a website, and if we do a little bit of an analysis of what is the percentage of people who will be able to actually be able to consume that information that we are putting up on our website. Answers are very, very, very surprising, I can tell you. At one time, we just were saying that, okay, how many persons with blindness, low vision can actually understand English? How many of our websites are actually even bilingual? So answers were coming out to like, whatever information we were putting on our website, I said, I don't think more than 4% of this population of India is able to even comprehend what we have just thought that we have put it out in the open for everybody to read. Actually, we have just put it up for only 4% of persons to read. So it's the problem is as grave as that. So So this is, and let me put up few things and connect to what was just said in the previous thing about education and all. Let me put a few use cases. I was in this district of Kasganj, and there were persons with blind children with blindness whom we were trying to take to the next level of providing digital literacy and all. And we were conducting a workshop introducing digital devices that we were providing to a block level education program in Kasganj in Uttar Pradesh. We were so surprised that there were children who were studying in class 8, class 9. They could not spell their own name, neither in English nor in Hindi. Why? Because there were braille kits that were provided. At least each student had at least 3 or 4 bags, which we used to call braille kit. But no one ever taught them even the first letter of braille. They had all the equipment, they had braille books, teachers didn't know braille, nobody came, nobody had ever taught them braille. So our whole workshop, which was supposed to teach them digital literacy, more than half of that workshop just went in providing them the basic knowledge of alphabet. I mean, that is the kind of level of intervention that we had to change in these circumstances. Second thing which points to the solution, there is a son of my household help. He just today only got his class 10th results, CBSE results, passed with 70% marks. He was attending a class on YouTube just before his examination, and he told that, can you imagine number of views on that YouTube class that was happening for revision? It was almost 400,000 students actually benefiting from that interactive class happening on YouTube during class 10th examinations. I think that's a solution that we are talking about. That's a consumption which is happening. It was obviously being delivered because this person is not good in English. And he required those lessons that we are talking about, STEM and all those things, in English, not even in Hindi. It has to be in English because terminologies are all English. And the language which he understands is Hindi. So we can't even deliver full Hindi to a person who will understand it. It has to be a mix. So very, very customized kind of a content needs to be delivered. And just to come to an indication that we are all talking about universal design. When we are saying about diversity, we cannot create separate infrastructures for separate groups of people, different diversities. You cannot create a separate internet for persons with blindness. I cannot be having a separate IndusInd Bank app for persons with blindness. It has to be the same bank app that everybody else is using. So it has to be a universal design. If we are talking about one app, it has to be usable by all. And for that, acknowledging that, we have our Right to Persons with Disabilities Act that acknowledges this. And there have been Indian standards that have been notified saying that our procurement system has to be saying that everything which is procured is to be accessible. And that accessibility is defined by an Indian standard called IS 17802, which defines what do we mean by accessibility, that if we have to make a website, what kind of things does it need to adhere to? If we are putting up any content, any digital document, what are the features that must be there in that digital document? All those things are extremely well defined in this standard. These is obviously we are now facing that, okay, now we have those regulations. How do we actually implement that to ensure that the content and the whole thing which is there being delivered, which we are trying to deliver to our citizens, is actually usable by not 4 but the 96% of the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dipendraji. And this is the cue, therefore, I'm taking from you as to how do we make our products and services, in fact, which are universal in design. But the context, I take it to you, Rajiv Khattarji. As per the reports, OTT viewers on an average engage with content in a minimum of 4 languages, and regional language content is expected to account for 54% of OTT platforms by 2024, as per one of the Big Four's report. So that means there is a requirement of content being produced, at least consumed, in fact, consumed in different languages. This content also needs to reach to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And therefore, as per you, in the current system, current ecosystem, what is the key challenges in delivering good quality content to unserved regions in the country?
Thank you, sir, and thank to BIF. See, since morning I've been attending this. I will sum the whole discussion in 3 points. Number 1, creating infrastructure. Number 2, creating applications or demand or something which can generate demand. And number 3, which all of us has raised in the morning, is ROI, the return on investments. Now, let's understand the first part is creating infrastructure to the last mile, to the villages or to the small cities. We saw ex-chairman TRI, Mr. Sharma also bringing out the role of LCOs or a local entrepreneur who could develop the infrastructure in the vicinity, in the neighborhood. We saw our friend from Kerala, from Mr. Anil Kumar, Excital Broadband taking help of cable operators going up to the last mile. See, we need entrepreneurs like them. We need entrepreneur. He may be a cable operator, he may not be a cable operator, but a local entrepreneur who has access to the house, who has the trust of the last mile household, and who has a need to develop that ecology out there so that he can serve the houses with the immediate attention. See, if the cable operators, why they became so popular? Because they understood what was each household's paying capacity, what was each household's requirement. If need, he will give them a little bit of credit also, 10 days, 12 days, 15 days. And that gave him access to the household, unfettered access. Means he was a part of the household. So we need entrepreneurs like them who will build that local infrastructure. In few cities, Kerala, Mr. Anil gave example, a few cities I know they're building good infrastructure where they're taking fiber to the houses so that there is a connectivity available. Now comes applications. See, I say content is always the biggest driver for any connectivity, whether it has been on mobile or anything. Video content is the biggest consumer, and that actually generates a lot of consumption of data, and that is one of the biggest contributor to the return of investment also at some stage. Apart from that, we should not forget the pandemic. The education became a very important factor at that point of time. That is where, when schools and colleges were closed, we could reach households. Then after EdTech, came the FinTech. So today, the digital transactions we do in this country is huge numbers. We are an example for whole of the world. Third, after FinTech, we came on to e-commerce. See how much e-commerce we are getting into. And next sector, let me share with every one of you, is going to be health. Health is going to be huge in this market, and this country needs it like anything. Sir, we don't have so much of specialists, so much of doctors which can reach the last. That gentleman sitting with 400 miles away from a main city. Now, another question comes is, someone in the morning, a respected gentleman said, you bring first applications. I'll say, this is a chicken and egg story. You bring applications or connectivity. You bring connectivity, applications will come. The need is automatically generated. Don't worry about it. Now, imagine a gentleman sitting in a village, if he is able to connect to a specialist in Delhi or Mumbai for a serious ailment of his mother, how much happiness he will get, because he can get medicine by e-commerce, he can get a consultancy by that, and he can get physical needs like transporting a blood sample is a separate issue which we will address at a different level. And once these applications are there, then there will be return on investment also at a point of time. So there will be a entrepreneur in the village who will say, okay, I will set up a common service center. You come do your e-finance, you come do e-commerce, you come and do telemedicine, and you get a education thing also, or you download your question papers, download those things, and give me some money out of it. And he shares that ultimately revenue with the end service provider. So there is a return of investment model which will come up automatically, sir. Currently today, the issue is if we force a setup into the village, which is having no means regular maintenance, that system will die. Don't do that. Don't give anything free. Free, nothing is sustainable in this world actually. It will never be respected. So put someone's stake in the whole game. Ask him, this is your initial seed capital. You run this, you will get this much. Pay us after this much time. A model needs to be developed where he can make the money. I respect Mr. Manocha's point that we need to bring accessibility also to our disadvantaged friends. We can do, I mean, there are certain efforts for bringing in subtitling and other requirements by some regulations, but unfortunately it has taken some time to catch up in this country, which will slowly come up. One of the biggest thing I tell you what will bring the demand is the local content, sir. We have 18 languages or 22 languages in this country. Imagine someone in a remote area shooting his small thing and putting it onto a net, and someone's in the village from that area going on to the other parts of the country or the world. Content is big driver of things, sir. Today what we see of OTT is because it's all content, sir. Today we have 20 million connected TV households, estimated to reach connected TV. When I say connected TVs, which have got internet input, expected to reach 70 million by another 2 years or 2.5 years. Now those all TVs will become classrooms, one-way classrooms. You can deliver lecture, and it's always educationists say what you see, you remember more better than what you hear actually. So there is a demand, sir. There is a revenue model. There is a entrepreneurs who are willing to take up the connectivity issue. We just need to bring them all together and give a viable model to them. That's all from us.
Good, thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. And with this, I turn to Mr. Osama Manzarji, who once again brings a rich experience in terms of the education and, of course, the rights also in the rural side. And therefore, sir, in order of priority, I mean, which use cases of internet, particularly in rural areas, has the highest potential for driving demand for the gigabit connectivity that we are thinking of?
I don't think we need a demand because we are unable to supply. So I'll just make few observations. We are 40 people in the room and only 5 women are there. We have 40 people, not even a single rural person here who can even have even a representative. Even I cannot call myself representative, although I have been to 10,000 villages. And we are so much bothered about their connectivity and all that because हमारे पास तो सब कुछ है. We are over connected. We are fighting misinformation rather than necessary information. Yeah, that is true. We have to figure it out what not to watch, rather than what to watch. So that's I want to put that observation because it is important, because rural is 900 million population, urban is 500, and this room is representing all those 500 million, but there is not a single person who is actually struggling to make his attendance on Narega, right? And because of which his daily wages is not paid. I want to just put into perspective is that when we call gigabit connectivity, what we mean is that meaningful connectivity, because gigabit is a very consumeristic way of showing कि यार इनको तो 5 बिट से ज़्यादा नहीं चलेगा और दे दो क्योंकि ये तो ऑडियो विजुअल देखते हैं, so give them more connectivity, give them more. But meaningful is that any connectivity if you give me, if I can't translate into doing transaction or payment or attendance or something of those 900 million people, then it is not done. Whatever you do, you can keep on calculating your ARPUs, you can keep on calculating your gigabits, if you can keep on calculating your downtime, uptime, and SSL, but I am unable to make my payments, or what Sharad was saying, make audio visual, screen in the school where we can do an education or something like that. That's very important. Correlating connectivity to the real service which is required. And why I am saying this is because internet in India is no more aspirational. It was aspirational 15 years back, 20 years back, but our language is still aspirational. We have done 500 million, 600 kar do, 800 kar do, 900 kar do, 900 million kar do. It's no more aspirational, and I'll tell you why it is not aspirational. Because government and all of us have created digital as a necessity by making policies. And the second is practices also. Right? Let's say if I am giving some service, I tell only it is available on Instagram. Then I'm making it necessity. That's the only medium which is a digital medium. If government says that Aadhaar se jodo and digital identity se jodo, that means you are making digital. If the government is saying I'm doing DBT, but you can only download or upload or something through biometric thing, that means it is digital. So when you are making policy, practice and everything, and you make it only digital as a medium, then to every day we are not giving is an exclusion. It is not aspirational. If I am going to, my necessity is midday meal, or my necessity is, NREGA work and then therefore attendance. This is my necessity, and my ek logon ka example nahi de raha hu, because 400 million people apply for Narega. It's not one. 40 करोड़ लोग नरेगा के जॉब के लिए अप्लाई करते हैं. अगर आप सबको बोलोगे कि आपको अटेंडेंस ऑनलाइन ही देना है और एक पर्टिकुलर ऐप पे देना है, एंड वो काम करेगा वहीं से देना है जहां आप खड़े हो और खोद रहे हो, और फोटो भी खींच के डालना है और जियो लोकेशन भी देना है, इमेजिन हाउ मच लिटरेसी आई नीड, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ डिवाइस आई नीड, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ contextual learning I need, and that at that time that app should work, which is given by Ministry of Rural Development. Otherwise, out of whatever 200 million people who have registered and working, you will keep on reading in the newspaper that 50 million people didn't get payment on time, or they are still struggling, or trying to prove that I was present, but mobile was not working, right? And it is not just Narega, I'm saying, even education. There are 1.4 million schools in India, rural schools in India. 322 million children go there. 7 million teachers go there. And how many schools have a digital infrastructure? And policy says, and आपको याद होगा कोविड में हम लोगों ने पढ़ा कि गवर्नमेंट ने बोला कि you can go and do the exam online or attend the class online. अरे लेमन जूस खाने थोड़ी जा रहे हैं गली में कि जाओ 10 पैसे वाला ले लो या 5 पैसे वाला ले लो. So you are making a, you are just announcing as if that this policy is so easy to announce कि सड़क तो है ही, चल लेना. अरे ना सड़क है ना मुझे चलना आता है, and you are saying सड़क is the only way, and you have put toll also. So you are charging toll on पैदल वाला, you are charging toll on cycle वाला, and you are not even making the road available. And you are saying that's the only way to go. So what I'm actually trying to say is that we need a very, very strong accountability from the infrastructural provision. We need a very good accountability on service linkages, and therefore work on that. Because if government says that I am doing BBNL, I am doing BSNL, and your panchayat के पास तक connect हो जाना चाहिए, ये तो पिछले 15 साल से हम देख रहे हैं. Not one, between 2-3 government we are seeing this. And if you go to any panchayat that the government claims that 125 of those panchayat which they claim it is service ready, I will challenge even a single panchayat works Wi-Fi in a manner that it can allow you to transact, distribute, receive, or log in. Because panchayat agar aa gaya, if my backhaul is panchayat, then it should function like a backhaul, na? It should be able to, yes, we are talking about gigabit to the household. I am one of those people who live in a village. Panchayat is my nearest place. You say NOFN and BharatNet has given Panchayat tak ki connectivity, then I should just go to Panchayat and tell, here is my money. You connect to my house. Why should I struggle? And if you are saying upar se ki PM Wani bhi ban gaya, then somebody should be there to take the backhaul from the Panchayat and ready to give me as a क्या कहते हैं उसको डेटा ऑफिसर को PDO. It's a PDO. Why it is so difficult? Because we have not converted the policy into functional implementation, and we haven't converted the functional implementation into contextualization of the people. I mean, we all are old enough to remember BSNL में अप्लाई करते थे तो कितने महीने लग जाते थे, उसके बाद वो तार लटका के छोड़ के चला जाता था, एंड फोन भी रख के छोड़ के चला जाता था. तो क्या करे उसका, वो तो अपनी दिहाड़ी पूरी कर लिया. ही हैज गिवन यू द लाइन ऑल्सो, टेलीफोन ऑल्सो, एंड फ्रॉम द लोकल जो एक क्या उसको बोलते हैं जहां पर से डिब्बी लगती है, हम लोगों को भी पता चल गया था कि डिब्बी में कौन सा तार निकालना है, कौन सा घुसाना है. या एग्जैक्टली. एंड बट माई फोन इज नॉट वर्किंग एट द एंड ऑफ इट. So, I don't know, I'm only discussing problems, but the point is, I am trying to demystify that there is no lack of demand because of the policy. There is no lack of demand because there is enough awareness in rural India or the rural user that I need digital infrastructure because that is a new road. That is my new school. That is my new entertainment. That is my new cinema ghar. That is my new shop. That is my new delivery. That is my new post office. But damn it, it's not working. You have said all this transfer. मैंने सोच भी लिया, और मैं जवान हूं तो मैं लेके मोबाइल लेके चला जाता हूं पहाड़ी के नीचे और तार के नीचे और सड़क के किनारे, वहां तो मैं सिनेमा देख लेता हूं, लेकिन ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं कर पाता हूं.
So I'll also request you to come up with some strategies,
okay,
some solutions.
So I'm telling you now, enough problem. So I mean, we are a not-for-profit organization. We may be 22-year-old. I was involved in many ways, but we are trying to solve that problem in 2-3 ways. Very simple 2-3 ways. One is that we always go to such village जहां पे 5-6 किलोमीटर 10 किलोमीटर तक कोई डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, एज अ पब्लिक एक्सेस पॉइंट, चाहे वो पेमेंट के लिए हो, चाहे वो डिलीवरी के लिए हो, चाहे वो किसी भी चीज के लिए, पढ़ाई के लिए हो, कुछ भी. At that level, we try to find out one local energetic entrepreneur, preferably women, right? And then we give them all the digital infrastructure, including training of how to do Wi-Fi connectivity and how to receive Wi-Fi connectivity. और उस एरिया में अगर कनेक्टिविटी आता है तब तो बहुत अच्छा है, नहीं आता है तो then we create point-to-point connectivity from somewhere. And after we give everything, we train them कि अब इससे तुम पैसे कैसे कमा सकते हो, exactly like CSC does. But our is much more bigger infrastructure, much more contextualization. वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग भी करा देगा, वो पढ़ाई भी करेगा, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन हो रहा है तो भी बताएगा कि ये चीजें मत फॉरवर्ड करो, ये मतलब इट्स स्लाइटली मोर कंटेक्चुअल. एंड आई एम सेइंग व्हाई इट इज कंटेक्चुअल इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज लोगों को नहीं पता है कि पेमेंट कैसे करें, फॉर्म कैसे भरे, कोई चीज कैसे करें, जॉब कैसे ढूंढें. कनेक्टिविटी जस्ट इज नॉट जस्ट एनफ. यू नीड टू समबडी टू रिलेट टू यू, एजुकेट you, contextualize your need, and things like that. So we think that at each and every panchayat and village level, We need a contextualized digital expert who is a human digital infrastructure and not just digital infrastructure. This is very, very important. आप कुछ भी करके दे दो, आप एआई बोल दो, बॉट कर दो, कुछ भी कर दो, लेकिन ये भी तो बताना पड़ेगा कि ये कर क्या लेगा, क्या उखाड़ लेगा आपकी, you know. So that's very, very important, you know, what to forward, what not to forward, how to make a payment, how many form to fill before you get your entitlement. You know, where will you get it? Your forms are not ready, your Aadhaar is not working, correction is required, all those things, you know, where to pay, where not to pay, what to read, what to study, what kind of course you go, what job is there. So this person is a counselor, he is a service provider, and हमारे 2000 center हैं, जिसमें से 80% women हैं. And this is by design, because when they are there, they are mostly, attrition rate is very low, they don't travel away, they don't look for a new job to go somewhere, and things like that. And then also accountability is very high. So I mean, most of these women are trained in misinformation, fake news, online payment, receiving, sending, entitlement finding, database searching, internet searching, and so on and so forth. They are entrepreneurs. They are all practical purpose entrepreneurs. And I feel the way things are moving, even though you give the best of infrastructure, you may still need a human intelligence or a human expertise to make a context out of what is given to them. And that is very, very important that I want to tell here. If we are doing panchayat level connectivity, we need one expert there कि वो ले कैसे connectivity, दे कैसे, आपको वाईफाई कैसे करे, वाईफाई करे और चला जाए बिजली तो 2-3 बटन तो हमें भी दबाना आना चाहिए ना. You know, you cannot be just only be dependent on service provider. This person is a local expert, local entrepreneur, local social worker, local service provider, and he is a socio-driven entrepreneur. And that is the solution I would like to. I'm sorry, taken a lot of time, but this is what we are looking at, and I would like this to be adopted as a model for every localized internet service provider, Wi-Fi service provider, digital services provider. कि ये जो contextualization of content, services, and education है, that is very, very important. That's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Manzarji. And in the same spirit, maybe I turn to Dr. Manochaji as to how can we, I mean, in order to have this meaningful connectivity amongst all sections of society, how can we create a supportive ecosystem for digital entrepreneur? Almost the similar kind of question as has been asked, but from a different context and different perspective. If you can respond, please. Yeah, it is.
I think some part of it is, just the extension of what has been said, because what I was just saying that earlier also, that we all must have felt कि हमारे अपने घरों में ही, in our own houses, or senior citizens, many people would say, कह रहे वो मेरा channel लगा देना. Now that simply means that that person is now not capable of even operating their own television. Right? So, which means that there is a issue of inclusion. There is this issue of our designs not being inclusive, and which means that we have not adhered to, or we have designed our systems for, as we used to normally say, we are designing our systems only for beauty queens and the real macho men. Those are so-called normal people, which are most abnormal according to me, because we don't find them very often. I don't know how much of them would be even here in this room, right? Some people who are fit in all respects. That's a very rare breed, I would say. So we have to design for people who are normal, who may not have the best of their eyesight or best of hearing capability. And I'm not talking about the strict legal definition of disability here. I mean, for God's sake, I'm not talking about those silos. It's about all of us. We are at our best just from the age of 17 to 45. below that and above that are so-called fittest people also start, their faculties start getting diminished, or they have not developed fully. So when we say that you have to adhere to these accessibility guidelines, is not about a totally blind person like me. It's about all of us. It's about, because that is the only thing which addresses the lingual diversity. Because what Osama ji is mentioning about, the people who we are talking about, all these accessibility guidelines say that one medium of providing information is not enough. Only print is not enough. The same information, the systems are there. That same information could be delivered as an audio also. Same information could be delivered as tactile or whatever. So there are methods to deliver this in different mediums. Secondly, we are talking when you were just as part of my first question about assistive technologies. Now, assistive technologies do not operate in isolation. They're part of an whole ecosystem that we are building, right? If you give somebody a wheelchair, what happens to the to our footpaths who do not allow a wheelchair to get on them? By providing wheelchair, do you think that they will be able to reach everywhere? So assistive technology will only work when the infrastructure is there for enabling them to operate. So if I have a screen reading software on my phone and I can go and read anything, but if the design of the app is itself in a way where all the text is given as an image, what will my screen reading software do? It can't do anything. So the whole issue of universal design and all these guidelines that we are talking about apply to each one of us, and that is the only way of doing things better, and that is the only way of reaching out to making sure that the content and the apps and the user interfaces that we are developing are actually usable. Otherwise, again reiterating, whatever we are doing, we keep saying, oh, there are no takers. But unfortunately, what we are doing is that we are just designing systems which are accessible to only 4% of the population. I'm reiterating that part. You please do an assessment. Tomorrow, you just do an assessment. A tweet is being done. How many people in this country are even capable of comprehending that tweet? Just do that assessment. And it will be a very surprising number that all of us will get. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this insight. And in fact, precisely because of this, particularly in the government side, the government did came up with the GIGW, Government of India Guidelines for Websites, wherein accessibility, wherein usability, wherein multilingual availability of the website were considered as key concerns for the purposes of website certification, and that's mandatory, almost mandatory for all Government of India websites.
That is what is actually now translated into IS 17802. So this was something which was a notification, which was the next progression. So from GIGW, now we are saying that it's the new standard which has been notified, which defines and what actually we mean by accessibility. So if we follow that, we are saying that we are trying to find that solution, the problem that I'm discussing.
So maybe in the interest of time, in fact, I will now like to request you, if you have any questions in respect of maybe, do we have the demand, do we have the applications, do we have the users to be able to consume, if at all there is a reasonable, I'll say, support infrastructure which is made available, a reasonable connectivity which is made available to the users. So if you have any questions around this, maybe you can always ask the experts from the panel to be able to respond to these questions.
Ronak Maheshwari from Extreme IX. Uh, my question to the panelists here is, majorly from the rural side, is about the affordability. I mean, even if we have this multi-gigabit connectivity to every household enabled somehow, how, at what price point does it become affordable for this household to have this broadband connectivity?
So your name again?
At what price point?
Yeah, I got the question. Your name again?
Ronak Maheshwari from
Ronak.
Extreme.
Thank you, Ronak, for that question. I think you would still have been intelligible age when we launched 16 rupee 80 paisa per minute mobile services, and now we did the 1 rupee per minute, and now it's free. So yes, it's unlimited, it's free. See, the question of price for connectivity is a little bit of a, it's has to be deciphered carefully. Maybe turned around in another way, and we were talking just before coming to this panel, that the connectivity and the services attached to it have to be seen in that context. But I can very quickly tell you some things that first answer your question objectively. I did some research. Manzar Saab might have something to add to it. But in the villages too, parents pay 250 rupees per month for their child's education. The Sarkar wants to charge 26 rupees per month for the schooling. And my estimate is that 55 to 60 rupees is enough to offer Mr. Satya Gupta's tower, data center, and the service. This is just my own estimates. I've been a telecoms man and work mostly on the fact that it's the size of demand and it's at scale that these things work. But I don't think there is any issue. Just to perhaps address that concern, to take connectivity to the last home. And just as an example, suppose you are an army man who's gone back and retired to his village, or some other educated person. There is such a huge dearth of teachers that if you set up infrastructure for that person to be able to teach in the local vernacular, English was talked about, that you're still calling atom and not a parmanu, but you're talking in English or Hindi or Bihari or some other language and properly teaching the concept, that has a lot of value. What is required is to take the connectivity to that person's house, make him a content creator, content distributor, and then ask him whether 200 rupees of, what do you pay right now? What do you pay for your gigabit? You pay something like 500 rupees, right? So personally, I don't think the question is of price. I think it's one of quality of service, and whether the model can be set up that reliably delivers that service.
Yeah, I would like to just give a, if you allow.
Yeah, please.
In a different way. Affordability is also cost of opportunity, opportunity cost. It also directly, for example, I remember once I had written a column where I had mentioned that a poor person pays 245 rupees for a page of printout. Right? Why? Because the person has to go 5-10 kilometers to take a printout. We have made that printout necessary to do something, and that cyber cafe doesn't work every day, and it's a loss of a day wages, and then the cost of travel, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying it's on, but it's millions of people do that. Same cost of maybe a portable water or something like that, because it doesn't work the way. I would say that conceptually, digital falls into a public infrastructure. So I would say that its relation should be directly related to a functional public infrastructure available in such a way that the opportunity cost should not be high. And that's the reason all those 4 or 5 stream that I mentioned is all public infrastructure, whether it's a local health center to be digitally ready, local post office digitally ready, local education system totally digitally ready, local banking system digitally ready, and all at the public access point. So there should be, because public access point is not only just a public access point, it's also minimize the cost of risk of wasting money, right? You go with the purpose of that one, and therefore the person who is sitting there is giving that service with a context, right? And that's the reason why the cost will become much lower if you create public access point, digital public access point, digital infrastructure which is directly related to public, extremely efficient and high in number, exactly like a metro works or a public transport works.
In fact, taking cue from this response and the question that you have asked, I may once again be referring a question to Mr. Rajiv ji as to what, say, a Telecom Act has very recently been enacted. Broadcasting bill is also under discussion. At least public draft has already been released, and Digital India Act is also being talked about. Maybe do we have some possible policy level, or maybe any intervention which, particularly the act which has been enacted and the acts which are likely to be enacted, where what kind of policy level intervention or regulatory intervention which can be done to make all these things happen?
Yeah. First of all, I may add to the earlier
please.
questions
Sure.
point. See, don't underestimate rural people. They have capability to pay. People will, if there is a thing which meets their requirement, the people pay. And service providers or the people who are doing business will bring in price levels where they can serve everyone. And if not, then there is always a intervention from the government to give certain services free. So I can give you an example. When we started DTH in this country in 2002, it was treated to be a niche product worldwide. But when we started in India, we had a incumbent player called cable operator with us. And fortunately, I was heading both the organizations. So I had a very typical case out there. And our ARPU at a cable operator level was X. Now, if we would have started DTH at Z, we would have never survived. And we had a city consumer and we had a rural consumer. So we started with a 100 rupee pack also, and we came out with 350 rupees pack also. So, sir, service providers will work out and the consumer will work out. There is a paying capacity in the rural areas. I will say there may be a constraint at some level, but definitely consumers are willing to pay if we provide them the contextual service, I will say. I'm using the word from your sir, but if we are able to provide. Now, these three acts which we are talking of, Telecom Act, probably the Broadcast Policy and the Digital Information Act. Sir, these all I see them as supplementary and complementary to each other. One thing in Telecom Act has been very encouraging to all of us is that certain spectrum allocations has been done on administrative basis, which was a little bit of worry for everyone, because if the cost of our raw material, which is spectrum or the pipe, I will say, would have gone up, the end services would have gone up actually. So I think that's a very encouraging thing, and government understands that, regulators understand that. Similarly, in the broadcast policy also, we see a lot of concerns from the people that government is trying to control everything or regulators are trying to control everything. I have been into this business and I understand there are certain boundaries they try to make. And if we live within those boundaries, which may be due to our national reason, due to our social thread actually, because we are still not as developed as Western world. We are still having our social limitations. So they may try, there are efforts that we remain in a boundary actually, but we are free to do a lot of things in that boundary. And so Digital Information Act, definitely we feel our privacies are very important, but still there are certain protections which are needed out there actually to protect our privacy also. So all these three acts are quite complementary and supplementary. They are good things. Definitely there is a law of inertia, something changes, we always resist, but ultimately we come into the law automatically. That's my viewpoint, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from your side? So if there are no more questions, yeah, and this will be the last.
Hi, Thank you so much, and it was quite brainstorming session since morning.
Please introduce also yourself.
This is Yogesh Sharma. Okay, my question is like, we are looking forward to achieve multi-gigabit path for every household by 2030. How far at the moment we are to achieve that target? Because it's just 6 years down the line, and if you want to achieve every household, so it's a huge investment and huge tasks need to be done. So what percentage or what kind of
Yeah, in fact, the earlier sessions were more meaningful to answer this particular thing. But definitely, yeah, this is a very valid question. And given the fact that while we have a very good, I'll say, overall mobile connectivity outreach, the fact remains that as far as the fixed wireline broadband is concerned, and particularly if you are talking of optical, so first of all, broadband itself, fixed broadband, the figures as have been made available by TRAI as latest as March 2024 is 4 crore, which includes the business as well as household. And therefore, the real figures may not increase beyond 2.5 crore houses. And to that an extent, if I assume per family to be around 4.4 as the statistics, as the analysis makes it, it should be around 10 crore people who have got accessibility as of today. Yes, the target which has been talked about is much, much higher, and to that an extent, strategies needs to be devised. But one thing which very clearly came out from the panel is that it's not about as to what the target is. It's actually our right to have it. We cannot create disabilities between the rural versus the urban, between the diverse sections of the society versus the elite, or maybe somebody who has got, luckily, all the, I'll say, things available to him or her. So, the second thing which also came out very clearly is that the applications and the content can always be brought in, can be developed, has already been developed, which is how India particularly has shown the way. Maybe it is the opportunities which need to be given. It is the maybe flexibility in policies, in licensing policies, particularly at the last mile level, which needs to be considered. And the facts are also available that maybe wherever there had been a larger consumption, the GDP rate has grown up. Wherever there is a larger penetration of the broadband, once again it is connected with the GDP. So if we are looking for 5 trillion almost imminently, and maybe many more trillions in time to come, in 2030 we are of course talking about 7 trillion, definitely internet is going to play a major role, and high bandwidth availability will definitely be a booster in that direction. With this, maybe I like to thank all my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And before we close this session, may I once again invite Brigadier Nilton, Director General BIF, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Okay. So first, may I request for a group photograph of the panel? Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for that wonderful, interactive, valedictory session we had. Thank you, gentlemen. And over to you, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Okay. I think we've had a very absorbing and thought-provoking day. All the inaugural session, followed by the 3 other sessions that were there. At least personally, I found them very, very interesting, very absorbing, and a lot of inputs that came from it. So I'd like to take this opportunity basically to thank all of you, all of the people who participated in it, all the panelists, session chair, moderators. Wouldn't like to take. I mean, if I go by the names, it'll take a long time trying to read everybody's name. Thank you very much for taking time off from your busy schedule to come and participate in it, participate and give your valuable knowledge-based inputs to us. Which we will use effectively. As Amrita was saying, yes, we had a team of rapporteurs to record the thing, and the aim of this is that at the end of it, we do have come out with some sort of a paper which we can present to the relevant authorities as to what the people have felt about various aspects and what inputs and changes in terms of policy or in terms of implementation that we would like the authorities that be to implement. You know, if I was to look at it, to start with, in the first session, there was a or maybe the first session, or the inaugural, as well as a little bit in the panel, there was a thought that demand is not there in the rural areas, or less demand is there, whether we should go towards meeting this objective of multi-gigabit to every home. But I think over the 3 sessions of the panel that we've had, the general consensus has been that the demand is there. Let's create the supply, and the demand would automatically come. And that is what my takeaway is as a general consensus by the people who brought out. Of course, to create the demand, one of the important aspects that came out is that local people need to be empowered to be able to come up with, they'll be best suited to be able to create a limited small infrastructure, the last mile, if I may call it, or the consumption part of it, and also to be able to come up with applications, use cases in their local language, which would work. And I would go by Mr. Osama's on the demand part of it, that there's a need, although internet is all automatic and things like that, but at least initially and for some period of time, you need a human intervention at a contextual part to be able to help the rural people to understand and be effectively able to use it. I'm sure over a period of time that would reduce. Another thing that I think, another point that came out quite generally accepted by most people is that the LCOs have a great role to play in building the last mile connectivity or the infrastructure, and to be able to meet what our theme is, multi-gigabit to every household. We've had an interesting discussion on the other aspects required other than the fiber, which was on the data center, on the IXPs, on the CDNs, and subsea cables. So I think it's been an all-encompassing, a very useful discussion that has taken place. I'm sorry, the President TV Ramachandran had to go, or he was feeling a bit tired. He left early, and then he had to go he has got a meeting in the Métis, so Secretary Métis, so he had to leave. But once again, my great thanks on behalf of Broadband India Forum to all the speakers, to all the session chairs, to all the panelists and the moderators, and of course, not to say the BIF team, which helped us in organizing and making this, at least from my point of view, a great success. Thank you very much for being with us, and we'll share with you whatever our final this thing. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings now. We thank each one of you for being part of this successful event. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you.